Okay, we're live.
Uhuru, and welcome back, everyone. We've been feeding our mind and our soul and our revolutionary spirit all day. Now you had some fuel to match internally, and now we're going to continue on with this very powerful program. And our next presenter that will be coming up is our revolutionary brother Life Malcolm, and he is a member of the Black is Back Coalition and the African People's Socialist Party, and he is a Florida attorney practicing primarily in the areas of criminal defense and civil rights. And he's going to be talking to us about being on the jury and jury selection. That is very important. Brother Life Malcolm, uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, thank you so much, comrades. And I really appreciate this electoral school so far. It's been a tremendous couple days of presentations. And comrade Lisa, thank you so much for that introduction. I'll jump right into the presentation. I'm going to share this screen here. I think this should do it. Comrades should see, it says state court versus federal court jury selection. Is that right? Comrades, we together?
Can you see that?
Are we sharing?
Yeah.
So we're seeing this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right on. All right. So this presentation covers state court and federal court jury selection. And it's important to say here that state court jury selection and federal court jury selection vary certainly across jurisdictions. Many state and local courts typically build their prospective jury pools these days using records from state agencies, most commonly the Department of Motor Vehicles. So in many state and local jurisdictions, there's no voter registration necessary. Just simply possessing a driver's license or a state ID is enough for the clerk to summon you to court for jury duty, meaning that you obviously can be called to jury duty even if you have not registered to vote, but you should register to vote. States like Florida, for example, draw exclusively from driver and state ID records for local court trials. And you also have to be a resident in most jurisdictions who is a citizen, or at least deemed a citizen of the US, and at least 18 years old. So, and of course, you have to reside in the county or the jurisdiction where the trial proceeding would occur. So that's overall the idea for most states. I believe it's Wyoming and Ohio, however, who still almost exclusively rely on registered voter lists in order to pull their jury pool. Regarding federal court jury selection, federal courts operate independently of Department of Motor Vehicle records. So voter rolls are very important in federal district courts. For example, I'm in Florida. So in the United States District Court of Florida, the Middle District, they utilize county voter registration lists, and it's the primary source of their prospective jurors. They may pull from other sources, but the primary source is voter registration. It's the claim that the names of voters are on some master jury wheel that they select, from which they select randomly, and the chosen juror will then receive a questionnaire. Now, these questionnaires are very important because in federal courts, unlike state courts, judges do most of the questioning of the jury pool, whereas in state courts, and we'll talk about this a little further, lawyers have an opportunity to build their jury based on questions they pose to the jury. Many states, again, like California, Florida, New York, Texas, they will use voter registration and Department of Motor Vehicles. So although, like I mentioned earlier, states like Florida almost exclusively use DMV records, there are states that use mixed records as well, but almost all federal courts pull their jury pools from voter registration. And it's supposed to be, as we've all heard, a jury of your peers. So there's supposed to be some kind of representative cross-section from each community from which they pull their jurors. The other sources from which jurisdictions will pull jurors from, potential jurors from, are tax records as well. So, you know, if you pay taxes, if you have a state driver's license or a state ID, you're likely to be on that jury selection wheel. And even if you don't register to vote, though, again, I can't reiterate enough, for all the reasons the school has spoken of so far, registering to vote is certainly important. We know that the Uhuru 3, for example, faced a jury in federal court, and it was important that that the jurors on that jury saw it the way they did, and perhaps even in the appeal, you know, the role the jurors played there was critical. So registering to vote for those cases that do arise in federal court cannot be, the importance of doing that cannot be understated. A bit about exemptions and excusals. For some people, you know, jury duty can be what they consider overbearing. And so for people, for example, over the age of 70, perhaps active military and people who are first responders, they can sometimes exclude themselves from jury duty. However, if you are strong and healthy and capable, despite your age, of appearing on a jury, you should make it your business to be there. So many times when we're in courts, we see what we deem to be a misrepresentation of a cross-section of the community, so to speak. In other words, not a lot of African people appear on juries. And a lot of cases where African people are the defendants are when we're the plaintiffs, you know, when we, you know, in civil matters, when we're the plaintiff, and we need people who see the world through the lens of African peoples on the jury to help judge the facts as our peers. They just don't appear because sometimes, and we'll talk a little bit more about what happens in jury selection and how some people get themselves excluded without the exemptions. They just get themselves off the jury and underrepresent African people in these juries where it's so critical we're present. There are some legal disqualifications that merit mention. For example, people who cannot speak or understand English are oftentimes removed from juries. And of course, if you have a felony conviction and have not had your civil rights restored, then that could exclude you from jury duty. So if by chance you fall into that category of persons who've been convicted of a felony and you have the opportunity to get your civil rights back and have those rights restored, you should absolutely do that and register to vote. Make sure that you have a state ID or a driver's license so that you can be in that pool of jurors. So a bit ago, I mentioned voir dire. So the voir dire is this idea of, you know, for the truth, seeking the truth. That's the Latin phrase, voir dire. It's like to get to the truth is what that's supposed to mean. And you always hear this idea of fair and impartial jurors. So while many of us think of jury selection as selecting jurors, what lawyers are essentially doing is selecting who's not on the jury. So we're deselecting jurors based on their ability to be fair and impartial, or rather their inability to be fair and impartial. And so in state courts, where actually most of the jury trials occur, criminal jury trials occur in state court, and actually most civil trials occur in state courts. But in state courts where you have these juries, we as lawyers have the opportunity to question jurors. Generally, what will happen is in many jurisdictions, the clerk will present potential jurors called the veneer. That's VNIRE, the veneer. They will present the veneer with questionnaires, which they will complete. Sometimes you'll get those questionnaires before you appear in court. They'll mail them to you in the mail with your jury summons, and you'll fill out the questionnaires. They'll ask you things like, of course, first name, last name, date of birth, occupation, place of citizenship as far as country, place of residency as far as county. They'll ask questions like whether you've been on a jury before, and if so, what kind of case, what it was, whether civil or criminal, whether you were foreman. They'll ask about your occupation. They ask about your spouse's occupation. They'll ask too whether you've been convicted of a felony and or had any criminal criminal cases against you. They also ask things like whether you know people who've had problems with the law, whether they've been victims of criminal conduct, so things like that. And they ask these questions to give lawyers an opportunity to explore more about those things, to determine whether your personal experiences could hinder your ability to be fair and impartial. So it's important that if you want to be on the jury, while you must disclose truthfully the answers to those questions, you weigh carefully whether any of your answers truly affect your ability to be fair and impartial. And we'll ask, for example, if you were a victim of a crime, or if you had a loved one who was a victim of a crime and you're a potential juror on a criminal case that involves a similar criminal matter in which you were victimized and knew someone who was, whether your personal experience would affect your ability to be fair and impartial on the jury where you sit. And if at all you can set your personal experience aside and be fair and impartial on that jury, you should absolutely make the struggle to be on that jury. And again, it's an adversarial kind of thing. Of course, the state attorney in criminal cases, they want jurors who are going to help them prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And defense attorneys want jurors who are going to see it our way, see that the state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so there's this adversarial process. But you have the opportunity to, if you have been a victim or know someone who's been a victim of a crime that's similar to the matter you're being asked to hear, to remediate yourself. And so defense attorneys like myself will come and ask whether your answer, your affirmative answer to questions like, have you been a victim or have you known someone who's been a victim, makes you or hinders your ability to be fair and impartial. And we'll make the struggle with you, give you every opportunity to say that you can be fair and impartial despite your past experiences, so you can sit on the jury. And if we struggle with you that way, it's most likely because we really want you on that jury. And so if you can, again, be fair and impartial, make the struggle to be on the jury. In federal courts, judges usually lead that questioning process. Lawyers typically have very little involvement in that voir dire in federal courts. And again, because of that, voir dire is much shorter in federal courts, and sometimes jury selection in state courts can last a day or more. And I'm sure that we've seen that in some of our more publicized, certainly criminal actions. Things that come to mind are like the O.J. Simpson trial, for example. And I mean, a trial in which I was just involved, this trial where we had a rapper from Jacksonville who came to Tampa and was ultimately murdered by 4 boys, and a young lady was with them. My team represented the young lady, and our jury selection lasted about a day and a half. So, and that's because lawyers get to go back and forth. And we had a large jury pool too. I guess that's one thing that's worth mentioning here. Sometimes the jury pool is large. In our case, because it was such a publicized case, we had a veneer of 100 people, I believe, and so we had to whittle that down to 12 and a possible alternate, or I think we had 2 alternates in that case. We talked about the questionnaires. Let's talk about how jurors get off the jury, or at least how lawyers get jurors off the jury. In federal courts, there are peremptory challenges, which means that the lawyers can strike a juror almost without cause. However, they're limited. In civil cases, each side gets 3. In criminal cases, depending on the severity of the charge, each side gets between 3 to 20 peremptory strikes. You can't strike a juror for things like race, sex, sexual orientation, disabilities that would not affect their ability to participate in the trial as a juror. There must, there has to be some other, there has to be some non-discriminatory basis for the peremptory strike. And lawyers can challenge that if they believe that the other side is using the peremptory strike to get a juror off just because they're Black, just because they're a man or a woman, or just because they have the sexual orientation one way or the other. Then the other side can challenge that and make the other side present that non-discriminatory reason for using a peremptory strike. And again, if you see that battle going, it's because one side really wants you on the jury, and the other side, of course, does not. At the state level, we have peremptory limits that are governed by state statutes. And so we generally in state courts, they provide an equal number of peremptory strikes to each side. The other type of strikes are cause strikes, which means that you can strike someone because they have the inability to be fair and impartial. And we learned that from the answers on the questionnaires. For example, I mentioned a bit ago that the questionnaire will ask about occupation, they'll ask about spouses, and some questionnaires will ask you about the spousal occupation. And if, for example, you're in a criminal case and you're a lawyer, or your spouse is a lawyer, and they practice in in criminal defense or something like that, or they're a legislator or something like that, then we will question that your ability to be fair and impartial based on your occupation, your spouse's occupation, etc. And we can cause strike you if you say something that's obviously biased. Like on this jury trial I just mentioned about the Julio Food, the rapper who came from Jacksonville, we had one guy who the judge gave these instructions and said, right now, the defendant has the presumption of innocence. In other words, the defendant is presumed innocent until the state proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's a pretty common question that judges in state court will ask will say, and then they will ask following up. So if right now, without anything happening, without the presentation of any evidence, if the case went to the jury right now, how must you decide? And of course, the answer should be not guilty. But this one juror said guilty, and it was an African man. He said guilty, and the judge said, "Okay, wait a minute, let me go over it again. The defendant has the presumption of innocence that stays with them until the state has presented evidence that proves beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. So, without any presentation of evidence, if I were to hand you the case right now, how would you decide?" And he said guilty, because he'd made up his mind that the defendant was guilty. And so, of course, we struck that juror for cause. And the cause challenges are separate and distinct from peremptory strikes. And you don't lose your peremptory strikes for your cause challenges. And the cause challenges are unlimited, mainly because we don't want anyone on a jury who is unable to be fair, and impartial. Okay, so a bit of this might be repetitive a little bit, but as far as the geography of the veneer, which is that overall pool that we voir dire, that we ask these questions to get to the truth of the matter, The geography for federal courts is drawn from the federal district. For example, Tampa, where I am, is in Florida's middle district. Florida has 3 districts: the northern district, the middle district, and the southern district. So the geographic location of the middle district is where the court would pull its potential jury pool from. And sometimes, depending on the circumstances, the popularity of the case, the geographic veneer might be broader. In state courts, generally, almost strictly, it's the veneer comes from the local county or the specific judicial district or circuit. In Florida circuit courts, judicial circuit where the incident occurred. Sometimes, again, if it's deemed because of the popularity of the case or the widespread information about the case, it's impossible to pull enough jurors from that judicial district that can be fair and impartial, from which we can get a fair and impartial jury. Sometimes there are motions made to go outside that district or perhaps change venues. And I think that the key takeaways should be that state and federal courts use different sources for jury lists. The federal voir dire is more, just the judge asking the veneer questions. And in state courts, you actually have a real opportunity to make the struggle to be on a jury if you want to be, because lawyers get to go back and forth with each other and with the potential juror in efforts to rehabilitate a juror to be on the jury. And your ability, your selection as a juror stems from voter registration, your state ID and state driver's license, and also your tax records, should you file taxes. And yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. But I can't stress enough, though, how essential it is. Let me stop sharing just to say. I can't, overstate how important it is. I mean, especially for the reasons that Chairman spoke on before we concluded at the break, that, so many of our revolutionary leaders have struggled for our participation in every process available to us and fight for liberation. And so definitely register to vote. You never know when some cases will rise, like the Uhuru 3. I mean, of course, it was the trial of the century, but there's no telling when trials that mimic that at least have similar weight and significance will emerge again, especially in a climate where we are making a struggle, where we are winning, and the government is constantly attacking those of us who are fighting that way, even using state law and federal law to trap us. So, register to vote to make sure that in states that use voter registration pools to pull potential jurors from, your name is there, and certainly in federal courts, because you might get that call.
Mm-hmm.
Uhuru, Brother Comrade Life, thank you so much. And you can just believe that your presentation has generated quite a few questions, which we'll be getting to subsequently. Our next presenter is our comrade, our brother Jesse Todd, another revolutionary who was able to win an election and who stayed true to who he was, true to the people. Jesse Todd is the treasurer for he was the treasurer for the Democratic Party Central Committee, and he met the Uhuru movement through the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement's Keep 28 campaign, which is a campaign to halt the white power initiated ward reduction from 28 to 14, a proposal that would effectively have eliminated a real ability for Black people to be able to run for office on a platform that speaks to our community's interests and win. He joined this campaign recognizing that ward reduction allowed the government to carry out the genocide of the African community in silence. He would soon become known as the Black Power candidate, even when he went on to adopt the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, a 19-point platform that gives Africans the ability to run for office on our own platform that truly represents our interests. At his victory party hosted by NPDUM in St. Louis at the Uhuru House, Brother Jesse Todd stated, "I got into this struggle as a teen. I wake up and I go to bed thinking about how I can make the conditions of African people better. I want you to hold me accountable. I want to be held accountable by the people who voted me in, but also by the Vanguard Party, who I recognize to be the African People's Socialist Party. And I don't separate the people from the party. The party is the leadership." And Brother Jesse Todd is going to be talking to us about the very important Dred Scott Sanctuary Resolution. Uhuru, Brother Jesse, and you have 20 minutes. Uhuru.
Hello, Sister Vice President Lisa. First of all, let me, I would like to start out with some background on, before I get to the resolution, by saying that the people before me, I unite with everything all of them said, so I won't call any names, and our chairman and the Solidarity Committees and the Reparations Committee and everyone that's here today. And Malcolm, the brother, just got through talking about jury selection. Well, I'm gonna continue in a different way to say that all Black people, our constitutional rights have been violated. Before we even get to the jury, for example, lynching is against the law because we're supposed to be, you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. Segregation, we didn't ask to be segregated. If we wanted to separate, that would have been our choice, but segregation was colonialism. And then segregation in public schools, we were paying taxes, libraries, paying taxes, public facilities, public transportation, just some of the examples where we were just segregated and treated differently from the rest of the citizens. Another thing is that I would use the Uhuru movement and some other movements. The Uhuru movement, for example, constitutional rights violated once I joined with just freedom of speech, speaking, freedom of assembly, the right to petition the government. And then they claim that we like Russian white people better than we do other white people. That's the craziest, most nuttest thing. Why would you favor Russia as a capitalist country? Let's just be, we are socialists. And I'm a socialist. Let me make that crystal clear. So I'm not in, but Russia has done more. And I have to give credit where it's due. It did more for Nazism. 20 million Russians died. I'm giving credit. But at the same time, in Russia, have many liberation movements. And I did many other things that was the first socialist revolution. But those are just facts. That's not like we lack them better. It's just the fact of world history. Because let me say this, I'm an educator, but that's my profession. History teacher all my life, even after I left my classroom, I taught at water organizations. I go to the water organization, still teach some history. But the point I'm making is that our movement doesn't like colonialism, and everyone know that. But the other thing is that the Constitution also gives us the right to religion. In 1962, when I was in the street in the Nation of Islam, and I think that was in LA. They went into the mosque, beat a Muslim, even though people didn't agree with how we talk bad about white people. Yeah. And I've changed, but I talk bad about them too. And I look, and they told me the white person was that the devil was really in the world, not in heaven. Of course, the white man's heaven was the black man's hell to me, and that's all I had caught since I was a child. So of course it wasn't hard for me to be convinced as a child I couldn't read, I couldn't write, and had been denied all of my rights. But the point I'm making is that they not only beat in the mosque, beat the Muslim to death and shot one of our brothers. 5 of our brothers shot him right in the street, and you can Google that. The point is, but the Nation of Islam, you can say what you want to. Freedom of speech, we talk bad. Nobody talked about white people any worse than we did. I have to be honest, and I apologize now because I know better. White people, many white people not only good white people, we had the Uhuru movement and this Uhuru Solidarity Committee that has put their freedom on the line. And we wouldn't have our chairman sitting here if it wasn't for them. So I know white people, and I've known that for many years since I learned it, but it was the only organization that was available to me at the time that I had an opportunity to run into. It did keep me out of the military. They told me don't fight for the devil, and told me, and I went down to the recruiting station looking like a rooster or something, ninja turtle, with all this, flair we wore in the street. They looked at me like I was crazy, and they asked me who I was gonna shoot. I said the enemy, and then they said, "Who's the enemy?" I said, "You." And they told me to get out of there, don't ever come. If I ever try to join that Salvation Army, I was gonna get locked up. So they wouldn't feed me, so I got them out of there though. But the joke was on them because I never served. Let me sit and thank God. That's one thing. But the point is that the freedom of religion, and it was against our religion to go to the military, so it wasn't like I was a dry dodge. But they didn't want me there because but anyway, that's not. And also the Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. When they killed Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party, when I was working with them, we had a right, and right here in the Second Amendment, to bear arms. Then the Fourth Amendment gives us the right. Okay, the Fourth Amendment. The Fifth Amendment. Here we are on the Fifth Amendment. No person shall be deprived of life. Fred Hampton was deprived of his life because we know him and many other Black Panthers were just shot down in the street without due process. So even though, and the same thing with the, in the Fourth Amendment, you shouldn't be deprived of your property without due process. The Uhuru movement, our movement, they took all kinds of records. They supposed to have documentation what they're looking for. I don't know if they showed the chairman what they were looking for and gave him an itemized list. You're not, and in the 13th Amendment, you're not supposed to hold anybody except slavery in it, and the only people who are supposed to be held is people who have committed a crime and gone through the due process, but they held the chairman's wife. He's a veteran warrior, so he wouldn't sit down and be degraded in any way. They held Kitty, and they also held Amanda. She wasn't even involved. All they did was just held them kidnapped, just made them stand there 6-8 hours, which was against the 13th Amendment. The main point is as the chairman said, that when white people step up to the plate and help Black people, then they start violating white people's rights too. But then we move on to the 14th Amendment. It says all persons born are naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of a law. And also, each citizen has equal protection under the law. And in the 14th Amendment, there wasn't equal protection for the Uhuru 3. Civil rights, again, when I read about civil rights and other violations we've had as a group in the Panther Party and the Nation of Islam, and just to name a few, in the civil rights movement, and then the 15th Amendment, it says that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged because by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, previous conditions of servitude. But right there, they start charging poll tax, and only Black men could vote. But in the 19th Amendment, it said something similar. But then Black women couldn't vote, and when they said because of sex, they didn't even let Black women vote when they talked about citizen with men in the 15th. And then when it came to the 19th, and for women, they didn't allow black women to vote. So that's why we say black women must lead. I don't know of any group that has had, with documentation, has had to endure so much, but has done so much, showed so much strong leadership for this community. So now I'm gonna read the Dred Scott City or Refuge Resolution, and this is an example. It can be modified, but the main thing is we want to make sure as that our constitutional rights are not violated, so we can organize, so that we can build, and so that we can and there's no other group in America that has contributed more labor than we have. Nobody. So let me begin reading. I would use St. Louis, but this can be your city or town. So when I say St. Louis, and you can modify this to fit your needs. The Dred Scott City Refuge Resolution. The last thing is when I was on the board of Alderman, these aldermen were running like you would have thought somebody had dropped a bomb in the boardroom when they saw this resolution. Everybody got scared, and they ran, but we're still here fighting, and we're gonna get it passed. Whereas the Dred Scott City Refuge Resolution for the city of St. Louis. Whereas Dred and Harriet Scott Sullivan were denied refuge from enslavement in the city of St. Louis, Missouri in 1846, and were told by the United States Supreme Court they had no rights any white man had to respect. Whereas the cities of St. Louis, Missouri and St. Petersburg, Florida allowed their police departments to collaborate with the FBI to conduct unjust, violent military raids on homes and offices of the African People's Socialist Party and Uhuru movement on July 29th, 2022. Whereas historically, there are countless examples of city governments covertly and overtly collaborating with federal agencies to attack African community leaders, such as Fred Hampton, who was assassinated in Chicago, Illinois in 1969 by the FBI and the Chicago police. Whereas the numerous examples of city and state government's complicity with the FBI and other militarized and federal forces include the attacks on the Pine Ridge Reservation in the 1970s, where they killed at least 67 people and framed up the heroic political leader Leonard Peltier. Whereas Stop Cop City protester was murdered and the movement attacked by the Atlanta Police cooperation with the Bureau of Investigation and the FBI as the movement was defending the forest stolen land. The Stop Cop City movement is fighting to prevent the forest from being used as a police training ground against the African and oppressed communities. Whereas the frame-up of political prisoner Mumia Abu Jamal continues, and we acknowledge the 11 African men, women, and children who were murdered at the move home in 1985 by the firebombing by Philadelphia police in collaboration with the FBI, who provided the C4. Whereas Arab and Muslim people in the United States have been targeted by the FBI, including through entrapments geared to lock them up for years, such as the cases of the Newburgh Four, the Holy Land Five, the Fort Dix Five, and others. Whereas students such as the Kappa Five are facing prison sentences for demonstrating at the University of South Florida against Florida's ban on Black history. Whereas the FBI continues to attack the courageous whistleblower Julian Assange, who exposed the United States government's secret crimes to the public. Whereas activists and delegations returning from Cuba after participating in educational and solidarity activities face harassment by Homeland Security. Whereas the July 29th FBI raid on the Uhuru movement militarily occupied the most impoverished neighborhoods of St. Louis and St. Petersburg, threatening Uhuru movement programs fighting gentrification and building economic and political power in the Black working class communities. Whereas the African People's Socialist Party was targeted because it has relentlessly fought for the liberation of Africa and African people for the past 50 years. Whereas the FBI raids on the Uhuru movement posed a threat to the African community's hard-won democratic right to participate in elections in their own interests. Whereas African people have a right to petition the United Nations to investigate the Genocide Convention as it applies to the condition of African peoples in the United States and the original sin of slavery and colonialism in this country. Whereas African people and all those in the United States have the inalienable right to freedom of speech, association, and assembly, including public statements of dissent regarding the official position of the United States on the Russian-Ukraine war. Whereas millions of African people in the 1960s struggling for basic human rights and economic and political power over their lives face the effect of the COINTEL program of the FBI, which carried out assassination, political imprisonment, slander, and harm. Also, it is illegal because we have a right to peaceably assemble, but COINTELPRO said their purpose was to disrupt, discredit. They were going beyond the law. So it is an illegal program because we have a right to the Constitution like all other citizens. And they have no right to be in our meetings, no right to disrupt, no right to talk about discrediting. The only somebody who has the right to be discredited is this government.
Well,
That's who is being, whereas Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, Martin Luther King, Marcus Garvey, along with W.E. Du Bois, James Baldwin, Aretha Franklin, Sam Cooke, and others were targeted, threatened, surveilled, and are assassinated by the FBI with the complicity of the local police departments. Whereas FBI files on the murder of activist Darren Seals, following the police murder of Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014, revealed that the local police worked with the FBI to target him and others, and many say may have murdered him. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of St. Louis will be a sanctuary city in which the city of St. Louis Police Department and city government will refuse to cooperate with the FBI and any federal agency to attack Black community organizers and others for charges stemming from work for the betterment and uplifting of our communities. Therefore, this resolution, city of St. Louis will become a sanctuary city for African people and others struggling for social justice in solidarity with sanctuary programs for indigenous Mexican people, immigrants, and others seeking a safe haven to uplift their communities. Therefore, this resolution repudiates the denial of refuge for Dred and Harriet Scott and the ongoing notion that Black people have no rights which the white man is bound to respect. Uhuru comrades and the African working class women must lead. African working class women are leading. African working class women are costing our community less because some of these things African men are doing is giving justification for more policemen to be hired. And Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru. And from what I can recall, brother Jesse Todd was at the first electoral campaign school, and he ain't left. So it's so great to see you still with us, brother Jesse Uhuru. Our
Thank you
next,
for all the work and leadership you provide, Sister Vice President. And when we say Black African women must lead, may you lead forever.
and thank you. I salute our brothers as well, Uhuru. Our next presenter and strong warrior, comrade, revolutionary, he comes from Union del Barrio, and his name is Ron Goches, and he is the proud son, I'm going to emphasize, the proud son of undocumented migrants, mother from El Salvador, father from Mexico. He was born and raised in Los Angeles. Today, he lives in and teaches and organizes out of South Central Los Angeles. He has been a history teacher in LAUSD for 20 years and also has 25 years of political organizing experience. He has held leadership positions in numerous organizations, campaigns, and coalitions. He has been a leading member of numerous successful campaigns, including the campaign to require ethnic studies in LAUSD schools and the campaign to stop the LAPD from stealing vehicles from undocumented people. Ron was a founding member of Union del Barrio in LA. He is recognized locally, nationally, and internationally as a political strategist and a leading figure in the struggle for education and social justice. Most recently, in response to Trump's military assault on migrant and immigrant communities, Ron was a founding member and coordinator of the Community Self-Defense Coalition. He and his colleagues have trained thousands of community members and teachers on how to protect their students, schools, families, and communities from ICE raids. And we want to welcome our brother right now. And let me just tell you how inspirational it was watching Union del Barrio organize and mobilize against these, this beast force. It was so inspirational watching that from somebody, in the Northeast. So you inspire us so much. And we have a long history of working with Union del Barrio. My brother, Ron Goches.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, comrade. It's an honor. Thank you for the invitation. It's always an honor to be participating and working with and struggling shoulder to shoulder with the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement. We are proud to be a part of this today, and we have a little bit of experience we'd like to share. And so I'll take the time to do that. I was asked to share a little bit about like the voting stuff and then also like the community self-defense. So the voting stuff, I think it's important because we see the voting, the electoral struggle question as, we're not naive enough to think that we're going to win our liberation, our freedom, or any working class people can win their freedom at the ballot box. We know that's not possible. But we do see electoral struggle as one tool in our toolbox that we can use as a form of struggle to bring more people into the revolutionary struggle. And so that's why electoral politics are important. We understand that, the strategy isn't always the same. Sometimes the strategy might be actually to win the spot. You may be able to win a position, and it's possible depending on where you are, different factors. But sometimes, you can't win a political election, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't run. There's a different reason. It's a tactic. We use it to put our issues at the forefront, whether it might be, police terrorism, whether that might be the Democratic Party, usually in most of our communities, who was leading the fight against us, against the working class. We use that podium, that electoral podium, as a way to talk to the people and to really expose, the Democratic Party agents in our community who are working not for our community, but they're working for themselves, whether they look like us, speak like us, have our same last names or whatnot, but they don't work for the people, they work for themselves. And it's important to be able to be in a position to expose that and talk about the issues that they would never touch if it wasn't for us participating in elections and really forcing them to show their true colors. So here in South Central, where I live, and work and organize, since the 1950s, it's been primarily a Black community. And in the last, 10, 20 years, there's been a shift and there's been a lot more, brown folks moving into these communities, understanding though that Black folks have been pushed out, driven out, not just by gentrification, but by open terrorism by the police and other forces. And so in South Central LA, when we talk about anything working class issues, it's the Black and brown community always. And being able to unite those struggles is really, really important. So whether we win the seat, whether we win the election, isn't what's most important. Because any sellout can win a position, but do nothing for the people. But if we use the electoral struggle and that campaign to unite forces in the community, to unite the people, whether we win that seat or not is almost irrelevant. We're going to continue to push forward and organize together as a working class. And so that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And that'll lead me to the next point. Everyone knows and has been seeing on the news the last year of these ICE raids, this ICE terror in our communities. I think the Black community has a very particular understanding of this because they understand with the slave catchers, the role they played in history, kidnapping people, separating families, tearing children apart from their parents at the auction block, on the plantations, etc. And so I think that, as a brother before me spoke, I'm also a history teacher. And so when we inform our folks, our peoples, our communities about a little bit about that history, we see that our struggles have a hell of a lot more in common that they do different. And so here in South Central in LA, I just want to give you a little bit of information. Today marks the 1 year anniversary since all of these like massive raids started in Los Angeles. It actually started yesterday on June 6th, 2025, with a somewhat of a large raid. But June 7th, 2025 was when some of y'all may recall, you probably saw this on the news. There was an attempted kidnapping at a Home Depot in a city called Paramount, which is right next to Compton, close to LA. And Unión del Barrio, we got a phone call that morning of a community member who said, "Hey, I think ICE is trying to take somebody." So we sent our folks over there to verify, to confirm that it was in fact federal agents and that it wasn't, police or something like that. And so we went and our people did verify. We immediately put that on social media. We put the word out. We said, to the community, come out, come to support, defend your neighbors. Let's defend the community. You know, by the time we got there, I personally got there maybe like an hour and a half after that. There was already 150 people there from the community engaging in serious, serious struggle. It really reminds me when I remember the chairman O'Malley talking about the Battle of St. Pete. I think it was like in 1996 or something like that, where the people rose up and fought back against the police in St. Petersburg. I mean, that was the same thing that happened here in Los Angeles, where the Border Patrol agents, there was about 200 of them. They realized that they were quickly outnumbered because the people kept coming. More and more people from the neighborhood started coming out. And when they realized that they were outnumbered, they started shooting tear gas and all different types of ammunition at the people to try to disperse the crowd. But there were hundreds of workers in the factories there, right across the street from the Home Depot, that were in communication with us. We were literally FaceTiming with them, and they were showing us how there was hundreds of workers inside hiding because they were scared they were going to be taken. And so the people in the neighborhood saw that, and the people started, hell no, they're not going to take my mom. I'm going to fight these people. And so the people came out, and because there was a Home Depot across the street, man, this is a beautiful scene. You saw the young people. And I don't mean like, necessarily the college going young people. I'm talking about the homies, the neighborhood folks, like they came out carts full of cinder blocks, okay, from the Home Depot. And we're just, breaking them on the floor. And then it just became an intense struggle. And it looked like the West Bank in the 1990s in Palestine. Remember, people would wrap their faces, just like in St. Pete, wrap their faces with their white t-shirts and then start throwing stuff at the pigs. And that's what happened here. And after 8 hours of back and forth combat, the Border Patrol agents, they actually ran out of ammunition. 200 agents ran out of ammunition. A Department of Homeland Security helicopter landed, gave them boxes and boxes more of ammunition. A couple hours later of combat, they ran out again. And then the sheriffs, the local sheriffs here, they started shooting their ammunition at us. But to make a long story short, by 7 o'clock that day, Trump went on TV and said that he was sending the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles to try to break up the resistance. And they thought we were going to get scared. They thought that people were going to cower and back down. But more and more people came out. And then this is when it switched from Paramount, literally crossed over the bridge. And when you get on the other side of the bridge, that's Compton. And so Compton, the world knows, it's a historical Black community, strong community. And when the battle took place in Compton, you saw the black and brown folks together, not fighting each other, not the homeboys or the neighborhoods fighting each other, but the people together uniting in struggle and fighting against the sheriffs, fighting against the border patrol. And to end the story, the hundreds of workers that were there that day, that were hidden, they were hiding themselves under desks and under whatnot in their offices. Not a single one of those workers was kidnapped that day because they all were able to go home to their families because of the beautiful and valiant and courageous resistance of the young people and the community who came out and gave the border patrol and the sheriffs gave them hell for over 8 hours of combat. And I say combat, it was combat. And there was bloodshed, absolutely, on both sides that day. And so that set the tone for the rest of the country that if we fight these people, we can win. If we organize our communities, we can absolutely defend our peoples, our neighborhoods. We can do that. And so later on, when they started going to Chicago and then, of course, Minneapolis and others, we saw the resistance everywhere. And we're talking about all kinds of people because, a lot of people think about when ICE and stuff is attacking the community, they think that they're taking Mexicans and Central Americans, and that's absolutely true. But one of the biggest groups that they're taking too, and people don't talk about as much, is the African community. Haitians, people from the continent. We're talking about people from the Dominican Republic, South America, Jamaicans, from all over the place, and they catch hell as well. And so this fight isn't just for a certain community, but it's a working class issue because it affects everybody. And so that's some of the defense work that we've been able to do. And just to give you some numbers, Los Angeles, second biggest city in the country, second largest undocumented population in the country. Um, in in Minneapolis, the struggle that took place there when they killed, the two white allies who were in a struggle, Alex Preddy and Nicole Good. In 6 weeks, in the 6 week operation in Minneapolis and Minnesota, ICE took more than 4,000 people in 6 weeks. In the 1 year, yesterday and today we're marking the 1 year anniversary here in LA. They've taken about 14,000. Now that's a lot of people, but 4,000 people in 6 weeks versus 14,000 in 1 year, that's a huge difference. And how do you explain that? You explain that because of the community resistance, the work that we've been able to do, that we modeled the work that we've done after some of the work of the Black Panther Party from the 60s and 70s, where the Panthers used to do the Panther patrols, where they would drive around their communities looking out for police and making sure that the police weren't terrorizing the Black community. And if they did, the Panthers would be there and would defend the people. And so we took that idea and we started doing our own patrols. And so at 5 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, every single day, our comrades and plus the thousands of other people that we've trained to do this, we patrol in our communities, we patrol in our cars, and we're looking for ICE agents because that's usually the time when they're plotting their attack and they'll hide like at Home Depot shopping, the parking lots, at Target or things like that. And so we want to catch them at that moment so we can alert the community on social media and so the people can defend themselves. And so we've been doing that work now for well over a year. And we know that, yes, they've taken 14,000 people here in LA, but if it wasn't for the work that we've been doing, it would be astronomically higher. Just South Central LA has a population larger than all of Minneapolis, just for an example. And so if they were able to take 4,000 people in 6 weeks, here it would have been in the hundreds of thousands of people. But to our calculations, in a year of attacks, they haven't even taken not even 1% of the undocumented population of Los Angeles. And so we know that to a certain extent, our work has had success and it's forced the agents, the pigs, to change their tactics. They used to go to people's houses and businesses and knock on their doors and look for a certain person by name. That wasn't successful anymore because then when that would happen, we would show up to the neighborhood, we would surround the house, and we would protect the neighbor. But now what they're doing is they're just kidnapping people at the Home Depot, people selling hot dogs, the ladies selling flowers by the freeway, etc. They're just kidnapping defenseless people. And so it's made us change our tactics a little bit. But that's the work that we've been doing. We're proud as hell that we've been able to fight these people, that we've been able to unite all kinds of communities throughout Los Angeles and the country to do this work. And we know that we can always count on the Uhuru movement, and the APSP to support us however they can. And that's highly appreciated. And just know that here in LA and anywhere where Unión del Barrio exists, we have your back as well. And, we're going to have to be fighting shoulder to shoulder in the trenches because there's no other way. White power can't take on all of us at the same time. And when we unite as a working class, we know we will be victorious. So that's a little bit of the work that we've done. We wanted to share with you all. Yeah, I don't know if there's any questions or anything like that.
Uhuru, brother, comrade Ron, are you going to be around for a moment longer because we have a Q&A set up? So I didn't know what your schedule looked like.
Yes, I'll be around.
Okay, great. Also, I will try to talk with you a little bit later on after the program because you probably have been hearing about Delaney Hall in Newark, New Jersey. So, Uhuru. Our next presentation that we are going to have is what to do when the FBI comes knocking at your door. And this is a presentation that comes to us from a comrade, Colin Perot. It's going to be a video that we're going to be looking at. He gave this presentation, I think, in 2022 or not too long thereafter. But we met him, or at least I met him, when December 12th had that tremendous press conference a week after the attack on the Uhuru 3, and they had a press conference in New York City. And Colin Perot was one of the attorneys that was there. He's with the National Lawyers Guild. And so we are going to be using a presentation that he gave during that time called What to Do If the FBI Comes Knocking at Your Door. Uhuru. Engineer, are we able to play that presentation?
We're getting it.
Okay. Let me just see if people might have some questions for you, Ron, that we're going to definitely be getting back to this. Oh, here it is. It's starting now. Uhuru.
I have a short presentation that I'm going to run through. I'm not sure if we can pull up the slide deck, or I can also try to share my screen if that's better. Okay, here we go. Perfect. So yes, thank you for that. Or the NLG. I'm also part of a group called the Committee to Stop FBI Repression. And it's truly an honor to be here with you all today with such incredible organizers and freedom fighters who have really been on the front lines against the FBI, fighting back against this repression and intimidation. And so the National Lawyers Guild, just very briefly, is a nationwide organization of progressive and radical attorneys that was founded a little more than 80 years ago, specifically to provide legal support to anti-imperialist struggles, anti-colonial struggles, labor struggles, and general progressive and radical movements. And today's program has been incredible. We've heard so much already about the crimes of the FBI against the people and the way that the FBI is weaponized to repress and to try to snuff out resistance and people rising up and demanding reparations and demanding their rights. And I've been asked to give just a very specific component of this, which is just a quick rundown of the best ways to respond in the moment if you find yourself. I'm going to let you know the best things that you can do in the moment and the best way to protect yourself in the moment. At the end of the day, fighting back and demanding justice and organizing is really the only way to put pressure on the FBI. But hopefully the information that I can give you today is going to help you get into the best position to fight back after the FBI approach you. And I know many of you are lifelong freedom fighters and know a lot of this information, but it's always good to have a refresher. And for those of you who are new to this information, I hope that this helps you if and when you have the extreme displeasure of interacting with an FBI agent. So the first thing that I want to talk about is, why would an agent contact me? So you might be thinking, I don't think I've done anything illegal. Why would the FBI contact me? Why would they show up to my house? I mean, we've heard so many examples today of people who have already had this happen to them. And it's important to remember it might not have anything to do with you personally. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're under arrest or that the FBI is investigating you personally. There's a lot of different reasons why they might try to talk to you. And I'm going to quickly run through them. There's real reasons why they might talk to you. Of course, it's possible that they are investigating you or people you know, or they could just be fishing for information. They could think, well, maybe we can just put pressure on this person and maybe get them to give us information that we didn't already have about, people in the movement that they might know. It's also possible that they're just trying to harass you for your organizing activities. Their goal is simply to intimidate you and to make you scared of fighting back, scared to attend conferences and panels like today's. And, the speakers today have made the correct point. The FBI attacks not because there's any crime or any, wrongful activity. The FBI attacks because Black is back. The FBI attacks because people are standing up and fighting for their freedom and organizing. And that's considered a threat to the existing power structures. And this has already been covered extensively today. But that has been their role throughout the history of this country. And that's their role to this day. So it's likely that they're hoping to scare you and make you afraid to do the work that you're doing. They could also be hoping to coerce you into becoming an informant, trying to put pressure on you to answer their calls in the future, maybe to tell them something that they don't already know. They're very creative and cunning and deceitful people, and they're not required to tell you their true reason for contacting you. There's no law that requires them to be honest with you. So on top of the real reasons, their true reason for asking you, fake reasons they this party were approached and the FBI said, we think someone broke into your car. We need you to come outside and check out your car. Sometimes they say, we think you're a victim of identity. Or when
What happened?
My signal is expiring.
We still don't have.
No. No. What happened to the technician that was supposed to be coming?
Yeah, it's supposed to take. Well, it's 3:58, so between 3 and 4.
So we're having issues with the signal, or
Yes.
do we think we can get the signal back, Brother Kabula?
No, it's too low. It's not.
Okay. So you know what, then I would like to propose that we can go on to the next presenters, but the great thing about this presentation is that we do have it available on video. We can make sure to put it out there. It is a very, very strong presentation. In fact, is there any way we can maybe put the link to it in the chat in the Zoom? But we can surely put it out there and put it on Facebook and all of that.
Hold on, Sister Lisa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's try and come back to it later.
Yeah, we'll have to come back. Go ahead, we'll have to come back.
Okay, so we'll have to come back to this, but in the meantime, our next presenters, and you all gonna hear some real powerful stuff. I'm going to introduce these two together because they're both working on the panels. I'm gonna read both of their bios, and they will have 30 minutes to present. For this next section will be 30 minutes total, but they're gonna tell you how to get these people out of office. And I ain't talking about voting them out. I'm talking about recall. And so Reverend Pinckney and Sister Belinda Parker Brown will be doing this presentation together. And Reverend Edward Pinckney, he is the founder of the Black Autonomy Network community organization known as BANCO, and is a political and social justice working coalition in Benton Harbor, Michigan, which was founded to protest the June 16, 2003 death of a 28-year-old African-American, Terrence Sherman, while being pursued by Benton Township Police. Pinckney was sentenced to 30 to 120 months in prison for forging a successful recall petition against Mayor James Hightower. He maintains his innocence in the face of a conviction based on flimsy evidence. And Sister Minister Belinda Parker Brown, she is an educator, a researcher, a life specialist, community organizer, and motivational speaker who has spent the majority of her career enhancing the potential of others. Diverse audiences have benefited greatly and responded enthusiastically to Mrs. Parker Brown's wealth of experiences. She is president/chief executive officer of Louisiana United, Inc. The LUI is a bipartisan social justice organization whose mission is to champion the protection of human rights, including the civil, constitutional, and societal rights that are all too commonly trampled on in this world. Uhuru, Sister Belinda Parker Brown, and Reverend Pinckney. Uhuru, Black is Black.
All right, all right.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Hey, it's going down. Belinda, you want me to start?
Yeah, you start, Pastor Pinckney. You go right ahead and tell them what they need to know.
All right, here's the thing. Only a fool fights by the rules that his enemy has laid down. That's why the recall petition is so important. It is a weapon. It is designed to correct all politicians who falls into that category. It's the rise of the sellouts. And we have an obligation to stand up and fight against all these elected officials who stand against the people. The city of Benton Harbor, Michigan, for 20 years, we have never had a male who stood up for the people, not one. We have women who have stood up, but not one single male has stood up for the people in the city of Benton Harbor. They start off with us and they end up with them. Now, I'll use the word them, it's the system. This system is built to destroy the people, especially in Benton Harbor. But we came up with a weapon. It's called the recall petition. And what we have done with that, we have utilized it or weaponized it to make sure that we get things done. The process is simple. But let me tell you how things are happening today. Never before in the history of mankind, a community, New Buffalo community, a community that's 98% European. Coloma, another European, 98% European. Buchanan, we're talking about Watervliet. All these people have came to us and want us to train them on the recall of elected officials. It's a process. And the process begins, you have to go to the clerk's office. You go there and get a package. The package is called a recall package. You tell them what you do. They're going to ask you, who do you plan to recall? You give them no information, none. And what they will do, they will give you this piece of paper here. It's a recall paper. And on the back is the instructions. The most important thing about a recall petition is the language. The language is simple. And if you see the language, it simply says for voting yes to appoint Little as city manager for the city of Benton Harbor. Very simple. But it is the whole process of the recall. If you get the language correct, you can move forward. You have the chief judge, you have the clerk, you have the election clerk, all judging whether this is understandable. When I say understandable, I mean understandable. They will try to deny it if they can. They will fight you to the end to make sure that they don't get approved. They're all part of a system. And this system fight against the people. You see, when they're fighting against the people, you have to go beyond that and make sure what you're doing is correct. Here's the thing. The thing, when you're getting ready to recall the mayor, you got to put the mayor name in here. You got to make sure you spell it correctly. You got to make sure that everything you say on this petition is spelled correctly. Everything, everything. There's nothing on this petition. If it's misspelled, it will be denied.
Pastor Pickney, can I say something right there? Because that's very important what you're saying. And, you know, when you say the recall petition has to be approved by the people that's in the system, and they want, you know, like a lot of times people want to, you know, explain and say what they did and, you know, give a whole big old explanation and, you know, a long drawn out paragraph about, you know, recalling the mayor, you know, but what you pointed out, why it's so important to make it simple. And I remember one of the things that you taught me was that let's say what they did. And when we say what they did, it's unrefutable, it's undeniable. And just like in this petition right here, all we said was that the mayor voted yes. He voted yes on you know, I guess you said we said to give the city manager a job. Yeah, so he did that.
But here's another thing.
So now we get the recalling.
There you go. Also, here's another thing. If he would have voted no, it doesn't matter. Only thing you have to do is have the language correct. That's something he did.
That's correct.
That's what people need to know. This is not you don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to understand this. It's really basic stuff. But here's the thing. From people from New Buffalo, you know New Buffalo well, Belinda Parker Brown.
Yeah,
it's about 98% European. They came to the city of Benton Harbor, and they wanted me to help them with the recall of all the elected officials at one time. And I told them, no, we don't do everybody. I said, you got one, all you need to have is 5 votes. You don't need to get everybody because everybody can help each other. You see, and what we don't want them trying to help each other. So they came, I told them the process. I told them the first thing to go straight to the clerk's office, get the information, get the package, then we're gonna fill out the wording. And what we did the same thing that's on here. Whatever they voted for, we got them. It don't make no difference whether it was good or bad. And that's what we use. They decided, and they my allies now. They with me 100%. Same thing happened in Buchanan. Same thing happened in Waterville. Same thing happened in Coloma. All these now are a part of they us. We just went out and got 500,000 signatures to put something on the ballot. They was part of what we were trying to do. But anyway, the recall process is such a heavy thing. It scares the system. The system has never had no one who would come in and challenged an elected official. You see, what you're telling him, this is an act of war. You see, and it can be done by anybody. Let's talk about Glenn Yarborough. You remember that real well.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
That was our very first recall. Glenn Yarborough. He was like the big cahoota there. Him and his brother was the mayor. He was the commissioner. And now they named the library after her now. And they named the park after him. We went after him. And what we did the process. We showed the people what you need to do. We got the wording correct. We went before the judge. We went before the city clerk. We went before the election clerk. They all approved the language. Now we was ready to go. They angry now because we were successful at recalling him. They decided that Pinckney had to do something wrong. Judge Paul Malone, you remember him? Remember he was on the plane when I came to New Orleans, and he was on the same plane. We attempted to recall the judge. See, everybody can be recalled if you be elected official. Every single elected official can be recalled. I don't care who it is. The president can be recalled. You see, everybody can be recalled as long as they're elected by the people.
Well, they have a special process for the president of the United
also for
States.
The judge too.
It's called, they have to impeach him.
Right.
But I'm glad you brought that up, Pastor Pinckney, before you get into telling your story about Glenn Yarborough. Here, you taught me so well. And I started transitioning in 2003 when my mom died in Michigan back home to Louisiana. And they had never heard of recall here. They were so far back. And I'm telling you, since 2000, I say between 2003, they probably had about maybe 7 to 10 petitions that failed to do a recall. But in 2012, now I didn't hit the ground running down here with the knowledge and the education and the training from you. Pastor Pinckney, you are the best when it comes to this, because we put a recall petition that got approved to recall the governor here in the state of Louisiana. Now, what they had was the percentage was so high, it was almost impossible that you had to get almost 1 million signatures to recall the governor. So we have since lobbied to get that change. So now we got it down to like 500,000, and we just started a recall on Governor Landry here in the state of Louisiana. It's happening right now as I speak. And also we're calling for our sheriff resignation, and if he don't resign, we're going to recall him too.
Recall him. That's right. See, once, even if you get a small commissioner, and they give you the ability that you can do it and you can be successful at it, they all be shaking in their boots because they know that the recall is such a powerful tool.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that more people don't use it, because to me, what it did, even with Glenn Yarborough, which the story, how we went out there and we beat them, the largest family in the city of Benton Harbor. They never suffered defeat. We went out there and recalled.
Yeah. And Pastor Pinckney, I remember when we first put the recall petition in, they were so picky about it. I mean, we didn't make the first call. We didn't get the first approval.
And remember, that was our first recall. So we were still learning the process of getting things done.
So Pastor Pinckney, when we were still learning, I think you was the one who said, we got to shorten this up. We got to shorten this up. We saying too much.
Right.
So that was it was hilarious. But Pastor Pinckney, when you said we got to shorten it up, we made it real short, and we actually did what you said when you said let's pick something that he actually did that they cannot deny. That's what we did.
And that's how all around the country, I want people to understand, every single state can recall their elected officials. And then here's the thing. What we have done lately, we set up what we call a recall bank. And here's what the recall bank do. In Benton Harbor, we probably need about maybe 500 to 1,000 signatures to recall somebody. We got 3,000 people in our recall bank for the city of Benton Harbor. So we can just go to these people and get it done in a couple of weeks. Because now in here, you only have 60 days. The signatures are only good for 60 days.
Right.
You see, and then in the township, we got over 7,500 signatures for them in our recall bank. So what I'm going to teach everybody, once you set out to get this recall, always set up a recall bank. And if you have a recall bank, you can always go, these are your voters. These are people who are going to vote the way you want them to vote. When they sign their petition, they become yours. And that's how we've been winning all these elections. We've been putting
Pastor
people
Pickney,
in.
go ahead, Pastor Pickney. You talking about the recall bank, which is so significant here. You know, and that is something people really need to pay attention to, because you know, that would be one of the pros and cons to the recall. One of the things that we have done here in Louisiana is that we have set up precinct captains, you know, to identify the voters in their district or in their community, on their street, their neighborhood, their zip code. Okay, because when you say that everything have to be spelled out right, I wanted you to talk about what they really use to put you in prison, you know, concerning the recall, because people need to know. All states are different, but you know, we would you know, it's very important that you do go and get your state's rules on recalling, because they will play games with the recall. Okay, they will play games and they look for certain things to, because you can't, you know, like Pastor Pickney, he went to prison. They use, tell them what they used against you, Pastor Pickney.
Here's the thing, here the rules are on the back of the recall. You know, you got to follow these rules. And then they make up their own rules. The first time I went to prison for the recall was when Glenn Yarborough paid somebody $10 to claim that I paid him $5. So he went out and paid one of his friends $10 to go to the sheriff department and tell the sheriff that Reverend Pinckney had paid him $5 to vote. You see, and from then on, they was out trying to find people. The way we did it with him, that we used the early voting, the absentee ballot, that people didn't have to go to the vote. They said the only way that Pinckney could have outsmarted us, he had to cheat. That's what they said. Nobody could be that brilliant to come up with the idea of using early voting to defeat Glenn Yarborough when they didn't have to go to the poll. So what they did, they charged me with being in possession of 4 early voting ballots, which was not true. But if you get somebody to come in and say it, then it'll work. It was eventually overturned, but the problem was I still had to do that time. That was the problem there. But this is why it's so important to read the rules. They are coming. What you're doing now, you're rocking a system. The system says that this man was elected to be in that office. What you're saying, you want him out of the office. You want to recall him. You want to take him out of the system. And now what you're doing, you're declaring war on that elected official. That's what you're doing. You know, and that's what they can't stand.
Right, Pastor Pickney. And I want to say, what make you an expert in this recall, and it's moving all across the country right now like a wildfire, and you just talking about what you're doing there in Michigan. But I know that people are watching this video right here. What make you so you know, powerful about what you're doing is because now don't no one have the firsthand knowledge like you do. And this is what I want people to understand, is that when Pastor Pickney, you know, went to prison And like he said, it was overturned because it was no way that they can prove, it was a lie.
Right.
But they used our own people. They used, just I want to say one of the young ladies that testified against you, she was on crack in the street.
Yeah. Brenda Fox.
She got up there, they paid her, they paid her to lie against you. So all of this thing, you have to pay attention. And another thing that Pastor Pickney, since we were learning, we didn't have an attorney. Now since we didn't learn a lot about how the process works, it's almost like you running a campaign, and it's almost very important that you do have an attorney so that you can vet the signatures of the people, because
Absolutely.
she tried to lie and said that you signed her name.
Right.
And all of that, so it has to be carefully vetted, because they may send somebody to try and set you up and say stuff that's not true. But go ahead.
Absolutely. But that's why the recall bank, it's just like having a account at Chase Bank. See, when I want to use these signatures, I know these are my people. You see, I'm talking 3,000 people that in the city of Benton Harbor belongs to me. You can't go to them and tell them that Pinckney forged my name. You can't do it because they're already in my system. They're on my computer. So what I did for New Buffalo, I had them to set up a bank, a recall bank, for future references, to make sure that nobody try to accuse you of something that you didn't do. So this is, those of you who are out there listening, this is crucial. You got to be in a situation dealing with the state, because remember, this is a war. This is no conflict. You're saying that you want to remove this elected official from his seat. And once they get in that seat, they're no longer with you. I don't care who they are. They are no longer with you. So now there's a war and a conflict between you and this elected official. And they always win in their eyesight until we came along. When we came along with that recall, that changed everything. Because once people all over the country, listen to me closely, anytime there's an elected official, he doesn't do what he's supposed to do or what he said to do, get your recall petition together. It's a basic process. If you ever need help, you can always contact me. You can call me at 269-369-8257. Contact me and I'll show you and I'll walk you through it, because it is a process. Here with mine, it's easy. We have all the information right on here. Anything that you need is right here. Make sure that they sign completely. But it's a war. Anyhow, let me finish talking about this Yarborough.
Excuse me a moment, Reverend Pinckney. I know you had 2 slides. I think we have that available if you want to see that, because didn't that have the
please put that up.
Can we put the Reverend Pinckney slides up?
While you're looking for that, I know he's ready to go in and talk about this Glenn Yarborough. But what's happening here in Louisiana right now, we're recalling our governor, and I know some of you probably is very much aware of what's happening here, how they're taking a lot of the things that through legislation, because of the majority vote on legislation, they're rolling everything back. They just took away our voter rights and everything else. There's a lot of lawsuits and stuff going on here in regards to what they have done to the people. I don't want to get into all of that, but I want to talk about the recall. When we start setting the stage for the recall, it's very important that you start organizing and mobilizing in different districts and precincts and areas throughout the state. If it's the churches, we ask that, that's one of the battlegrounds, or I mean the ground zero to use is you can get more signatures when you set up your recall stations in the churches. Then you can also use community centers, set up your recall stations in community centers, restaurants,
Grocery stores.
grocery stores, like big box stores like Sam's Club and different ones, they can you can actually set it up, use the area, get permission, make sure that you out there, Salvation Army, start setting up your stages so that you can get the signatures, because like Pastor Pickney said, it's very important. Once you look at the rules, they're gonna put you on a timeline on how long you have before you get those signatures in. So go ahead, Pastor Pickney.
The signatures is only good for 60 days here in Michigan, and they call that the Pinckney Law, because it used to be 180 days. The signatures were good for 180 days. So they decided, since Pinckney is involved, we're going to cut it down to 60 days. They thought it was impossible. But from February the 1st to March the 16th, we went out and got 500,000 signatures to put something on the ballot for November. And the way we did, like you said, we were organized all over. We used Waterville, Buffalo. Every city was responsible for X amount of signatures. And we went and talked with them, made them make a commitment to that. We went to across the bridge, the Mackinac Bridge up here. We went everywhere. And we did it for the reason because we know that if we get this done, which will be on the ballot in November, we're going to be able to really shake up this state of Michigan. And this how, now you want to get the governor. What you got to do, you got to go to all these small towns. You got to have people there. You got to have people everywhere, like we did. We had almost 2,500 people, and we only had 8 weeks to do it. And we got it done in 6 weeks. Matter of fact, they already been filed with the Secretary of State. Right now, they're there in their office. They're counting them. They're going through it. But what we have to do, make sure that if we're going to do a recall, make sure that we're on point with what we're trying to accomplish. Make sure that if we're going to get a judge, you can also recall a judge. You see,
yeah,
and like we did Maloney, and then he went to Bush. He went to Bush, and Bush Jr. and Bush Jr. promoted him to federal court because we was on that butt. We was on him.
I want to talk about that too, Pastor Pickney. I'm glad you mentioned that about judges. And people, you can, it's always good to do your own research, but here it's called, like, if you got a bad judge that he just especially when a black young man come before him, he's determined to give that person excessive amount of time, talk bad to him in the courtroom. Just be rude and disrespectful as a judge, just like this judge that snatched me up by the back of my neck and decided that he was going to tell me I'm not allowed in the courtroom anymore. But it's called retention election. We had a judge here, no one would run against this judge. He was so bad and so politically connected, and just no one would run against him. So when you see that, it's called retention. You can get on the ballot like Pastor Pickney is talking about now. And if you get on the ballot, first of all, it's a process that you have to do. We don't want to get into a lot of that. It's not like the recall, but since he don't have a candidate running against him, you can actually get the people to vote no, for him taking that seat back, for him going into that seat unopposed. You can have the people vote him out of that seat. Then they would have to have a special election for someone else to be put in that seat. So all of those things can be done, and it's all up under the recall, recall information, recall elections of state, and government officials. I want to say this too, Pastor Pickney. If we vote them in, we're the ones that hired them. And once they get in, I'm here to tell you people, we will fire them.
That's
we will
right.
vote them out. So that's what the recall is really all about. That's the power of the recall. And so when you use that power and you set up, like Pastor Pickney saying, this banko, when you set up the bank and you go for them, that means when they see you, okay, when you come for them, they gonna see you. I want to say it just like that.
Yeah.
You come for them, they're going to see you, and they know they will not stand a chance because you already prepared, well prepared to vote them out of that seat. So I just want to say it's very powerful.
Absolutely. And you know, here's something too. When it comes to judges, the idea is if you file a recall of that judge, you see, that put him on notice. That put the state on notice because it's going to make the newspaper. If any time you file a recall on anybody, it's going to make the front page because that's something that they're not used to, especially black people doing. See, what I'm doing now, I'm training white people. You know, right now, I'm training them so they can understand how serious this thing is, so they'll learn to work with us on this thing. And believe me, you can't do it by yourself. See, at my age now, my target is making things as easy as possible. That's why I set up the recall bank. And I'm concentrating on places like Waterville. I'm concentrating on Coloma, New Buffalo, Buchanan.
St. Joe.
St. Joe, ain't nobody gonna come forward and want to recall nobody over there. You know, them white folks, them all Trump people. They Trump. They stick together like glue. But the process.
Two more minutes.
Okay, the process is so important. Remember, first get the package from the clerk. That's the number one thing. Then you get the recall petition. You work on the wording. The wording is the most important item. And don't try to use your IQ. You know, you don't have to use your IQ. Just do something basic, whatever he voted on. Yes or no. It don't make no difference which one. And then you can move on to another area because they coming whether you like it or not. So make sure you have a team, not as an individual. And Belinda, you saying you're getting the governor. I'm gonna let you take the last minute. And you got to make sure you go to these little small communities and get those people. That's how I did it in Mission. That's how we got 500,000 signatures. We did it in 6 weeks.
You know, Pastor Pickney is so powerful, and that when just like right now, we're giving the sheriff a chance to resign. Okay. And you know, we just said we're calling for his resignation. We want him to step down immediately. You know, or else
we coming.
We gonna recall you. Okay?
You coming with
if you don't want to get out, we gonna put you out.
This is what you gonna get. You gonna get recalled. That is so embarrassing.
It's very, but you know, I just want to know it does cost the taxpayers money to do a recall.
It do.
So that's the reason why we want to give him a chance, you know, not to abuse the taxpayers' money and just, you know, get out, just get out the way, because if not, we're going to have to get
recall. Thank you
all so much.
Thank you, everybody.
I love you, Pastor Pickney.
I love you all too. Hey, Belinda Parker Brown is going down.
It's going down. Watch the news. Right now, we made the news. Pastor Pickney, we made the news on Channel 6, local news. Y'all better go watch it. I'm telling you.
There you go. Let's make it happen.
I have to stay on the down low because sometimes I just got to work behind the scenes. It's so serious.
I love it.
Uhuru, and thank you all so very much. Powerful presentation. I'm taking all kinds of mental notes. We're going to be getting these videos out and everything about what you all just presented about. Also, I just wanted to say that they did put the link to the very powerful presentation about what to do when the FBI comes a calling. So if you want to save the chat, if you look at the top of the chat box, you'll see three little dots by a couple of little icons, and you can hit save chat, and you'll be able to save it. That way, you'll have the URL to the you'll have the link to the video. But we're also going to make sure we put that link out again on our Facebook pages. And now we have a 10-minute Q&A section, and Sister Ikenge, please help me to keep track of in the agenda what may need to be cut or might not. However, of course, we follow your lead. But now we have 10 minutes for Q&A. I want to just start this out with some Q&As that were put in some questions that were put in the Q&A section. And I know that Brother Life answered them within the session, but I think that these are important because I'm sure a lot of people have questions about this. So I'm just going to combine them all together. And Brother Life, maybe you can just say a few words more about it. But we had, like Stephen Reynolds was saying, can Brother Life speak more about what it takes for someone to have their civil rights restored after being convicted of a felony? And then Janice Kent was saying she's concerned that if she tries to show up on for jury selection and tries to show that she's impartial, that they could probably Google her and find out that she's with the Uhuru movement, and how would that affect her chances? And then we also have LaShonda Watson, who mentioned that it's often that defendants are entitled to be tried by a jury of their peers. However, in many cases, the defendant does not appear to share the same racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic or demographic characteristics as the jurors. Does the phrase jury of their peers simply mean that the jurors are fellow members of the defendant's community rather than individuals who closely resemble the defendant personally? Brother Life, are you available to give us sum up what your response was to these questions? Brother Life, are you still with us? Okay, maybe he had to leave or whatever, but he did answer them. He did answer them. So if people want to go into the Q&A,
if somebody is speaking, Lisa, but it's no sound coming from the I think look like Sister Kenya is on the mic.
Oh, I don't hear anything.
It's no sound coming from the room.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, I wasn't saying anything, that's why, but what I wanted to say is that Brother Life was not on. I think he stayed on as long as he can.
Oh, okay.
What we were able to show the documents, the recall documents that Reverend Pinckney and Sister Belinda were speaking of. And for those that are in the room, you actually have examples of these documents in your packet. So I just really wanted to appreciate that that workshop and the ability to be able to provide the tools for people to begin to to make the call for a recall. And I found it interesting. What I didn't know was what was just said about you can recall any elected official, and I especially appreciate the information that was shared about how as said that you don't have to write some elaborate thesis about why you want to recall them. I always say less is more, so I think that's great that you were able to provide some instruction in terms of exactly, what you need to say. Say what they did, whether it's yes or no, but say what they did, which is the basis for your recall. So, and again, for those that are in the room, a lot of this information with regard to some of the petitions that the Black is Back has circulated, and certainly this information on recall is in your packets. And for those that are online, please go to the Black is Back website where you will find our National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, where you'll find that, which is really the basis for us doing this electoral campaign school and involving people in the process. If there are any documents or any information that we have not shared that you would like for us to share, please email us at info@blackisbackcoalition.org so that we can provide them for you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And we have 5 more minutes left in the Q&A section. Does anybody have any more questions?
Yeah, Sister Lisa, I had a question for Comrade Life that first of all, I wanted to say that is it possible for the jury selection to be tampered with? And how important it is to have court watching during the jury selection.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I don't know. I think
Brother Life had to leave, just so you'll know.
Yeah, but that was the question that I had concerning, because that here in Louisiana we have I think they use the jury pool by zip codes. And we find that a lot of Black people are being tried, by not by jurors of their peers. You got a Black man on trial and it's an all-white jury.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know, how do people deal with that, or how you can get around your constitutional, well, like after I listened to Brother Todd, it's like he's right. All of our constitutional rights are being violated. But I just was wondering that, with court watching, I see these things happening, and I just was wondering if he wanted to weigh in on, maybe give us some advice on how we can deal with some of these situations.
Is there anybody here who can answer that, especially if you're a lawyer or have a legal background?
I know Pastor Pickney knows all about court watching.
And this is what I was going to tell you. Do you remember when we went out and hired a jury specialist during my trial? And he came back with the knowledge that this was not a jury of my peers, and Judge Busball overruled him, saying that's just your opinion. Even though that's what he's been doing that for over 20 years. And Judge Busball overruled him and said that we always, in Barron County, we always have an all-white jury. I had one jury that had 2 Blacks once, and it was a hung jury. So after that is everything was white. And even in this community here, and it's shocking to believe that this was a jury of my peers, and yet and still it goes on today. It's something that we have to come together. The people have to come together and stand up and take a swipe at this. You can't do it as an individual. You got to do it as a group or organization, or one who's willing to fight. You're gonna take a hit because they figure like this. If you have a Black person on that jury, most likely gonna find you not guilty. Even though white people most likely gonna find you guilty, regardless, with no evidence. Because I had 3-4 trials with no evidence and was found guilty.
All right. And since you're up, Pastor Pickney, I just want to ask you one question. Could you explain a little bit more about what you mean by a recall bank?
Yeah, the recall bank, what we did, all the people that we went out and got and got their signature, what we did, we stored it in our computer. These people became our people. This is our bank of people. It's like going to Chase, and so let's say you needed 200 signatures for a recall or something like that. You can come to me, and I will give you 200 signatures of people who's registered to vote, and you go to them and get it. If you live in a township, I could give you. I got over 7,000 that lives in this township. Then I can give you as many people as you need. That way you won't have to be scrambling, running around trying to get these signatures. A recall bank is designed to cut the footwork down, and that's what it does.
Yeah, And that's very important what Pastor Penny is saying. In other words, he's counting the votes before you actually have the opportunity to get the recall approved. We already know that, just like with my name in my district, you know, I got, you know, just across in my district, I can get at least 30% of the vote out of 100%. I know that those votes are already counted for me. I already know who those individuals are that's going to vote for me, and I already have their name, all of their, you know, information. And like across the state, by me being a organization, I can get over 120,000 votes with just my name.
Absolutely.
You know, so a lot of what happens with me is that a lot of candidates that want to run for office, you know, they look to to get my endorsement, which I'm very careful about that. They also look to put their signs and their you know, propaganda or whatever, you know, campaign information, you know, in my yard and stuff like that, because they know that I will get them some votes. Okay. So and when they don't come to me, then chances are we already know who gonna win. All right. We already know who gonna win, and that's what Pastor Pickney is saying. With a recall bank, we setting ourselves up to win. We don't have a lot of time to waste when it comes to
That's all right.
I see, Sister, we can't hear you.
Yes,
That's all right.
we have people in the room that are
Okay.
speak as well. So
okay.
please watch the monitor so that you can see when we step up to the mic.
That's all right with me. Go ahead.
I have a
And
question
Sister Via,
also.
you can, we'll end with your question.
Okay.
Okay.
Just for clarity, and I guess this would be for Reverend Pickney. The people who would be able to and qualified to recall or to sign the petition, do those have to be registered voters, or can they just be, you know, citizens of that particular area?
They have to be a registered voter. You
Okay.
have to be a registered voter, and you have to live, like we have wards. And if we're recalling the first ward commissioner, you have to live in the first ward, and you have to be a registered voter.
Okay, I just wanted clarity.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you're doing a petition statewide, anybody could sign.
Do we have any more questions in the room?
Thanks, Sister Thea have a
Right.
hand.
Right.
Just make just a couple of observations. One, and this speaking to some of the things that Comrade Belinda.
Brother Chairman, we can't hear you that well.
I just wanted to speak a little bit to a couple of the issues that Comrade Belinda raised in terms of life. Life is not here. He's a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. There is a lawyer on the panel. That's Comrade Sister Afia is there, who may be able to address some of the legal aspects of what we're talking about. But I do think it's important to say that there was one African juror on the case of the Uhuru 3. And it was a sister who was a working class sister from the city of St. Petersburg. There's no Florida. There's no way in hell that that sister would have voted against us. We knew that. And I mean, she wore flip-flops, and the prosecutor made a statement, something to the effect that he thought he knew her. Because he thought she was somebody who he sees when he's jogging. There's no way in hell that sister lives in the neighborhood where he jogs. This sister was a poor working class sister who wore flip-flops to the court. But she was a bit late getting back from a recess or something to that effect, and so they dismissed her. I think this question of peer jurors, because that's what we're talking about, I think
this was something that we used to talk about a lot in the 1960s with cases. People were raised this. So it's not a new issue. And I think to the extent that I said people, but I meant certainly movements were raising this issue of a jury of our peers. And the courts never ruled in our favor because there were no Africans and no people like us, quote unquote. They defined peer to mean something other than them being Black people like us, and from our neighborhood. I don't know what the legal, basis of that right now. I wanted to say jury tampering. I mean, we had a judge who made a statement to the jurors about Mumia Abu Jamal, but that he was who would he say to somebody that they were going to fry this nigga, something to that effect. I mean, and he's still in prison right now. But I just wanted to also comment. I think understood for the first time what Reverend Pickney has talked about all along, about making a simple statement. It's not so that the statement could be so easily understood as I understand. I think it's because if you just say something they did, and simply that they did or didn't do, the reason that's effective is because if you write something very elaborate, and if it's not accurate in defining, the person we're trying to recall, they use that as the basis for dismissing the recall petition. Is that?
That's correct.
That is correct, right?
Yeah, that's right. You got it, Chairman. So just say what they did.
Right.
They voted for the water bill to be
Yeah, right.
the water to go up.
That's it. That's it.
They voted for higher taxes.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get something off of their agenda that they said and on their agenda. Put that on the recall. What they said.
Right. Whatever it is, yes, whatever they voted, yes or no, it don't make a difference.
It don't make a difference.
Chairman, you're looking good there.
But because it can't be denied.
There you go.
That's because I called picnic.
It's going down, Chairman. You're looking like you've been doing some exercising.
I know y'all having a good. I want to say about the jury tampering. Go ahead.
I just want to say,
yeah.
She's had her hand up a while, so Sister Fia, and then we can wrap up with you, Sister Belinda. I don't know if there's more people in the room, but Fia?
Yeah, I want to understand more about the signature bank, and that how do you certify that a person who signs one recall or one petition agrees to the subject matter of an other recall or a referendum? By what authority are you able to apply the signature from one action to the next?
That's a very, very good question, but we don't do that. Each petition is different, and you vote on a different thing. We just have you as a registered voter. We know that you are registered to vote. A lot of times people are not registered to vote. We go get their signature, they sign the petition, and we find out later they're not registered to vote. Mm-hmm. So what we do, we set up the recall bank. We know that all these people is registered to vote. So each time we go to their house, they sign a different petition, not the same one. Each time then we can also get these same people in the recall bank to vote the way we want them to vote. So that's the most important thing, because most of the time they're 100% with us. They're with us, and you have to find people who believe in you as a person, and if they believe in you, they would understand what your main objectives are. My objective is for the people. I'm for the children. That's who I'm building for the future, and that's what people know me as. Mm-hmm. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and they know me. They know when I come, I'm coming for a reason, not just do something. And when I get you, now I tell you, you're now in my recall bank. I will be visiting you the next time we have a recall. Next time we have an election, I will visit you and we'll have a conversation and we'll get you to vote our way.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Thank you.
Do
Yeah,
we have people in the room? Do we? And just so you know, sometimes there's a delay on the camera, so it doesn't show me the room right away. So please, if you gotta just shout it out or whatever, please feel free to do that. Because I can't, right now, it's just showing me Sister Belinda, but I can't see the
Yeah,
room.
Lisa, while we waiting to see that, I think that if it's any, maybe the chairman can speak to the power of what Pastor Pickney is talking about, that Sister Afia is also, talking about, is that how we as Black people need to block our votes so that, our people would focus on our agenda and not the colonizers. So that's what so important right now with what I have been doing when I say I'm setting the stage, so that we can block our vote as Black people. We have to do that. That's what they do.
Yeah.
I just got a time check with Sister Kenge. Brother Chairman, were you going to say something? Then afterwards, we have to move the agenda.
Listen, we can move. I think what Comrade Sister Belinda said is very, very important. And that goes to even the thing we just talked about in terms of voter registration and how they pick jurors. Because I have read some years ago that there are white groups who actually train people to get on the jury so they can convict Black people. And that's why we wanted to make sure that Africans get on the jury. And you have a responsibility to get on that jury. And if you can get on the jury, and it's a really important thing to do because our objective is to keep people out of prison that they're trying to put in prison. So, I think it's really important for us to understand people actually train white people how to get on the jury, and their responsibility is to convict Black people. And so we have a responsibility to block our votes in different ways, and that includes doing voter registration, getting people on these juries. People have to recognize the responsibility to get on the jury as part of the struggle that we're involved in. That's part of the struggle. More so, I mean, as much as voting for somebody, but because that's another vote that you have an opportunity to make on that jury. And so that's the thing and we have to educate people, African people, to recognize this. We have a lot of work to do, just in terms of our own communities, to educate people. And that's the point of it.
Yeah, because Pastor Pickney if he would have had one Black juror, he wouldn't have never went to prison, but he had an all-white juror, all-white jury.
Uhuru, everybody. I got the signal from Sister Ikange that we have to move the agenda. And we're coming at the close of such a powerful school. But we got somebody coming up with even more powerful information, and that is Brother Chimaranga Salambayo, and he is going to be talking about election laws.
Amen.
Yes, Uhuru. And Brother Chimaranga, he is a resident of St. Petersburg, Florida, and he has been active in the African liberation movement since he was a teenager, only a couple of years ago, right? He's a founding member of
last year.
Yeah, last year, about 5 years ago. He's a founding member of PDUM, which is People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, which later developed into NPDUM, the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and finally INPDUM, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. It was Brother Chimaranga who, in 2001, established the first international chapter in South Africa. Brother Chimaranga has helped lead the fight for reparations and the Africans Charged Genocide campaign. He ran for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, and many years later became the campaign manager for Akili and Naive. Brother Chimaranga, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And you have 20 minutes for this presentation.
Yeah, I probably won't take that long, Lisa. Uh, Thank you. I want to appreciate the Black is Back Coalition. Salute Chairman Omali Shatella and Deputy Chair Ona Zanae Shatella, and certainly all of the presenters that have presented today. Just powerful information. Um, Comrade Pinkney, we definitely going to be looking at using some of the things because we got a lot of sellouts in St. Pete we could use that recall on. So I want to thank all the presenters and appreciate all the presenters as well. So I'm going to be talking about just briefly on some of the election laws in different states. And while it concentrates on state laws and federal law, I'm going to also talk some about, give some examples. For example, in St. Louis, how you get elected locally to the board of aldermen. And by the way, in different cities, you might call them city council people, aldermen, uh, and there are probably other names that the local legislators are called. All of this is happening, and these laws happened since 2024. And all of this is happening now in the context of not just the attack on the Voting Rights Act, but also a outright movement of people, organized movement to suppress voting rights uh, and actually get people elected into these offices like supervisor of election and small offices, school board, that kind of thing. It's an outright campaign to do that. And I'll mention one of the primary people involved in that movement. That's a nationwide movement going on right now. So election laws vary by state, and you can find out what these laws are on the website of every state secretary of state. That's the elected official who would be the one that can give you all the information about running for office statewide, um, and even some federal election law. So nationals, even how you elect people nationally can differ. And let me give you an interesting example that happened in 2024 in the Democratic primary. The Democratic primary did not happen in the state of Florida, and the Democratic Party, the executive board of the Democratic Party, state executive board of the Democratic Party, voted unanimously not to put any candidate's name on the ballot except Joe Biden. And they did that notwithstanding the fact there were at least two other candidates running for president. But this kind of trickery goes even beyond state law proper, but it stretches to the parties themselves. They had the option to put other candidates on the ballot for the Democratic primary, but they didn't do that. They gave it to Joe Biden and left hundreds of thousands of people sitting there wondering what was happening with the primary, but there was no primary because if it's only one name on the ballot, then that primary can be canceled by that party. And that's exactly what they did. So I just wanted to mention that and just give you a little bit of general information on voter restrictions. In 2024, at least 6 states enacted restrictive voting laws. In 21 states, voters face new voter restrictions, and some states continue to pile on laws. In 28 states, voters faced restrictive laws that were not in place during the 2020 election. So we have to just keep our ears open, because this is a deepening. It's just an ongoing piling on, piling on, piling on. By the way, you can get a lot of information on voting laws and that kind of thing from this website called Voting Rights Lab. That's where I got a lot of the information that I'm giving you now. For example, Save American Voter Eligibility Act, HR 22 SAVE Act, requires voters to prove American citizenship. That's been a big move to make people prove that they're citizens. They have to use either a birth certificate, a passport, to prove that they're citizens. So the Brennan Center estimates that 21 million people do not have either of these documents. 21 million people don't have a passport or a birth certificate. So they would be iced out of any election. And that law is specifically designed to ice them out of any election. It's interesting that Florida, I live in the state of Florida, in St. Petersburg, Florida. Florida is always the center, it seems, of these bizarre laws. And we have a governor named Ron DeSantis who is pushing law after law, not just around elections, but trying to say that organizations can be declared terrorist organizations by the state. But they presented a law to the legislature in 2025. They amended FLH 1381 that required registration applicants to show proof of citizenship starting in July 2026. So this law is going to come into effect next month. Acceptable documents would be passports and birth certificates or naturalization certificate. I just mentioned that 21 million people don't even have their birth certificates or the required documents based on this particular law, the required documents that would allow them to vote. In Texas, they passed TH 5337. It was introduced last year, March 2025, would require proof of citizenship for new and current voter registrations. So they're not just at people who are getting ready to register. They're saying everybody got to prove. If you already registered, you got to still prove that you are a so-called U.S. citizen. Passports, birth certificates, U.S. citizenship papers would be acceptable proof. 13 other voter restriction laws were also introduced in Texas in 2025. So I want to show you some examples of restriction voting since 2024 and 2025 presidential election. And this came from the Voting Rights Lab. This is in Missouri. They passed S-280, introduced to the Missouri Senate in January of 2025, and it will require the Division of Motor Vehicles to get proof of citizenship when a person applies for a driver's license and applies to register to vote. So if you're trying to get a driver's license, now you got to prove that you're a citizen. So they're using ICE type immigration law type laws on a state level to ice people out of the voting in those particular states. In Pennsylvania, they passed H-1061, introduced in March of 2025, would require proof of citizenship such as passport, birth certificate, or naturalization certificate. But you will notice in all of these laws, they are attempting to force people to prove that they're citizens. And as again, 21 million people don't even have these kind of documents to even prove anything in terms of voting. In New Jersey, they introduced to the General Assembly January 24 would prohibit motor vehicle department from allowing anyone to register to vote without showing proof of citizenship. So you see a pattern throughout these laws that continue to attack colonized people on the question of being citizens. Of course, Africans they tell us that we're citizens, but of course we're not citizens. We're subjects. So when people don't have birth certificates, don't have, and other colonized people, Latin people, Mexicans, don't have citizenship papers, they're not going to be allowed to vote. In Arizona, they passed 2060, introduced 2060, AZH 2060, introduced in January of 2025 and required proof of citizenship for voting in both local and national elections. Imagine that on a local level. So if you want to vote for county commissioner or city councilman, you still got to prove that you're a citizen if you're in the state of Arizona. So I mentioned earlier that a whole movement has been developed for voter suppression and to get these white nationalists voting into smaller offices, into offices that can maneuver an election, supervisor of election, working in the supervisor of elections office. And Steve Bannon and others like him have been carrying out what they call a precinct strategy. I mean, they're going precinct by precinct, getting forces organized to make sure that the people who handle elections are going to be their people. So we have to look at that kind of thing. We have to look at the same situation. Black people can run for those offices, supervisor of elections. I know we don't think about those kind of elections a lot of times. We want to think about the more glamorous ones, city council, governor, and all of that. But the supervisor of elections offices and other offices that have control over voting, we need to give a serious look at running for those offices and winning them. So some examples of election laws we need to know. In Arizona, the state office requirements for candidates seeking to run for the nomination of a recognized political party, the minimum number of signatures required is found by calculating 1/4 of 1% of the total qualified signers in the state as of January 2nd, 2024. And I just want to read that much to let you know, not only are they blocking you by creating all these laws on different levels, they also put in gobbledygook language to help you not understand the law so they can continue to repress you and suppress our votes. And it just continues, and I have this PowerPoint available. Just continues and talks about some statewide signature requirements for Republicans and Democrats in this particular slide. And Florida is always an interesting case study. So a person seeking nomination as a candidate of a political party to be a member of the political party for the 365 days before the beginning of the applicable qualifying period. So you have to be in that party for a whole year before you can even think about being nominated for that particular office, statewide office. A person seeking to qualify for office as a candidate with no party affiliation to not be a member of any party. So you can't leave the Democratic or Republican Party and then run for office, you have to be out of either one of those parties or any party that is registered with the state. You have to be out of one of those parties. If you were going to declare that you are now no party affiliation, you have to be out of either of those parties or all parties at least a year before you can actually qualify to run. Florida required forms candidates must complete. You need a committee person's form. You need county candidate forms, judicial candidate forms, statewide or multi-county candidate forms, testimonial for public officer form. So they just mount all this paperwork in front of you, and then all of that is managed, of course, is done to prevent just ordinary working class people, working class Africans and all colonized people, to discourage them from even trying to run for office. So once they see this big pile of paperwork that they got to go through, a lot of people just turn away and say, no, they're not going to even do it. New York, this slide is about some New York election laws. This is a new requirement for ballot access related filings by mail or overnight delivery service. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just to show you how intense these laws are being made to actually force people out of the electoral process. But we can't let that happen. Somebody has to, or some organization, like the Black is Back, for example, has to get people organized in all these cities to let the people know how to run for office, pick our own candidates, of course, run our own candidates. But sometimes candidates are going to pop up who don't belong to our offices. And I know that Black is Back has the ability to endorse people. But when we do pick candidates, we're going to have to make sure that we go through that process to understand what the rules are. In St. Louis, just a little bit about running for the board of aldermen in the city of St. Louis. Qualifications to file for board of aldermen. Elections are run by the board of election commissioners in St. Louis. And then that's how you, through the board of commissioners, election commissioners, is how you get qualified to run for office in the city of St. Louis. Also in the city of St. Louis, here's some of the forms that you have to get to file for alderman. The candidate must submit a certificate of nomination, a receipt from the treasurer's office confirming payment of the required filing fee, a statement of tax clearance from the collector of revenues office. Candidate is not really delinquent in the payment of any. So if you're delinquent in your water bill, you can't run for the board of aldermen. Now you probably ask, well, what would that have to do with running for office? But that's the kind of laws that. Well, who are the people who are late for their water bill?
Me.
The people who are poor, the Black people. That's what. So it's a direct attack. By the way, St. Louis is a majority Black city. By the way, so you can see the kind of attacks that they build into the law. And of course, when you raise the hand about it, it's, well, it's the law. Well, the state creates the law for its own benefit, for the bourgeoisie, in the interest of the bourgeoisie. All laws are created in the interest of classes. And these particular laws are created to defend the bourgeoisie and advance their cause. In the city of St. Louis, I think it was mentioned about the move to reduce the wards. They have wards in the city of St. Louis, and there were 28 wards. A very unusual setup for a city with 300,000 people. There were 28 wards, and then there was an outright move to reduce those wards to 14. By the way, that move was successful. They did remove 14 of the wards, and those wards have been redone and reduced to 14. So I want to really express appreciation to the Black is Back Coalition for allowing me to participate in this conference. I think it's been really important. I think the electoral school is such an important effort to help Black people understand the whole electoral process, not just how to run for office, but things like what Reverend Pinckney talked about. Uh, just a brilliant strategy to recall some of these clowns that are in office now, and that can be useful all over the country. So I want to express again my appreciation to the Black Spec Coalition. Uhuru.
Uhuru, and thank you so much, Brother Chimaranga. It's always great having you with us, and you bring so much information that we can use, and that is so important. Oh, I see you still have is your hand still raised? Is that something new?
That's something new.
Oh, because we I know it's sort of a little bit behind. Do you want I'll just open up for you to ask one question, and then we have to move the agenda.
Okay. Just any lawsuits of which he might be aware, recognizing these ID requirements as poll tax, as a form of poll tax, since they all costs at least $150 to get a passport, and you still got to get a birth certificate to get that.
Right. I don't know of any lawsuits, but I'm sure somebody is making some moves to do that. But it's not just a citizenship thing, but that's an important thing that you raised. But they use other tactics, so-called legal tactics. Right here in the city of St. Petersburg, they have what they call a hybrid method of voting. They have at-large voting during the general election, and the only time they use single-member district voting, where people vote in their specific district for city council, is in the primary. Population that's Black in the city of St. Pete. So we have one majority Black district, 63% Black. So they have done away with the other Black districts, which was District 6. It has been gerrymandered down to 43% African. But that's crazy to have a at-large voting, single-member district voting, that where only the people that live in the district vote during the primary, and then when the people elect that person in the primary, the white people can totally reverse that. By the way, that's happened in at least 2 elections where the person who won the primary actually lost the general election. So anyway, that's some interesting information.
Right, and I see that we also might have another section for a brief Q&A again. So I want to move the agenda forward, and now we come down to the point of the Black is Back electoral campaign score, which gets at the nuts and bolts and what this is about. And this is the section where I will go over briefly with you in terms of our process for endorsing candidates. And this is very important for us to do and for everybody to understand, especially since now we know we live in a world where we have all these people who are supposedly anti-war and pro-Black organizations and everything like that. I know in New Jersey, I see this all the time, where they endorse the worst candidates. So we want to definitely make a clear and strong statement that the Black is Back Coalition, any candidate that gets our endorsement, it's because we did our due diligence to our community and made sure that they represented the political ideology that we advance. So, and we like to let people know, when we let people know that we do endorse candidates, it's not that we are soliciting candidates to endorse. We are providing information because we sincerely want people to want to seek the endorsement of the Black is Back Coalition. So the process for receiving an endorsement from by the Black is Back Coalition, or for seeking an endorsement, I should say, is the candidate must write a written request for endorsement, which includes their name, email, and phone number. They must include a photo. They must also have a sample of their campaign literature. They must have a position statement, and they must include a website and or social media sites. They must have public contact information, and they must have information about election laws in the state in which they are seeking to win an election. And in addition to the application, we will provide for them our 19-point platform, and we will provide what I call the long form of the platform, because we want people to understand and to know what these points mean. I'm just going to briefly show this on the from the Black is Back website, although we send out the documents, but you can just get an idea of what it looks like when I say the long form. So these 19 points and a paragraph explaining the thinking behind these 19 points and what we actually mean. So every candidate that is seeking an endorsement from the Black is Back Coalition, we will submit that kind of a form to them so that they can really look at these 19 points, go over them, and decide whether or not they want to seek the endorsement. And when they sign off on the if they choose to sign the application, it signifies that they unify with all of the points of the 19-point platform and not just a couple. And I should just say, there have been times when we have had to pull our endorsement from a candidate who after going through the process and signing the application, decided that they wanted to pick and choose. So we said, no, we pulled the endorsement. So I'm just saying, if we feel that a candidate is not what they presented themselves to be and is not honoring the platform and the mission that they agreed to, then we would pull the endorsement. And also, as another part of the endorsement procedure, is that we like to interview them. We like to be able to meet them, via Zoom, and conduct a brief interview Q&A, and it's perfectly all right too. If somebody decides, something I don't know if I can get with this platform or all points of this platform, they have that right too. But it's just that if they want to, they have to understand what it is, who we are, and what it is, the endorsement that they're thinking and what is expected of them. And to this point, we have received 3 requests for endorsements. I believe we have one of the people requesting online, in which we will allow you to make like a 1-minute PSA, so to speak, a 1-minute pitch, in which you tell us your name, why you're seeking the Black is Back endorsement, and what you are running on. And that's Samantha Johnson. Are you in the room with us? If you're speaking, you're muted.
Yes, hello everyone. I am here. Give me 1 second to put my camera on.
Right.
Let me turn my light on. Oh Lord. Sorry. Can you all see me?
Yes, very
All
clear.
right, cool. Sorry, I am traveling and my mother is in the hospital right now, so I am taking this call. So my apologies for the dim light. So it is a pleasure, truly an honor to be in space with each and every one of you all. I'm honored to be before y'all as the coalition and all those who are committed to Black determination, justice, and empowerment. My name is Samantha Johnson. I am a lifelong advocate. I am a community activist. I live in public housing here in New York. I'm a faith leader within my church in many different levels, and I'm a candidate for the state assembly in AD 57. The reason I am seeking the endorsement is because I understand that our communities, they deserve more than just promises. And I'm really tired of hearing broken promises and hearing folk who are saying that they want to liberate or dismantle or even abolish, but they don't want to apply those policies to truly reflect and address the needs that are needed for the communities in which I've been serving. as a grassroots organizer. We know that Black communities continue to face challenges in housing, healthcare, education, economics, and as you guys were talking about, the voting rights and the access to that. But yet, despite those challenges, Black folk have remained resilient. We have organized, we've been caregivers, we've done the work, and we've been the change makers. And so I believe that when we invest in our community, we protect our communities from displacement, when we divest from systems of state-sanctioned violence, from corruption and harm, and when we support Black-owned businesses that defend our communities from displacement, and when we maximize our voting power, we can truly create the pathways for our young people and our seniors to thrive, and also importantly, strengthen the Black community for what our generations ahead should have. I truly believe that we can win. When I started organizing, the Asada chant was embedded in my life, and it was an honor to be able to participate as an attendee at her memorial, and seeing how important it is for us to have a responsibility to continue the work, not just with words or hashtags, but actually through action. I identify as an abolition organizer. I've done this work for many years, and in my fight for getting our brothers and sisters outside of the incarceration system, I was a lead organizer for the No New Jails campaign, as well as the Close Rikers campaign. And I was a co-chair for an organization called Million Hoodies Movement for Justice, which was a group that created based on the murder of Trayvon Martin. Every day I'm fighting for my comrades who are behind the wall and in the streets. I'm making sure that their families are also cared for once they return home if they're behind the wall. I'm also in court making sure that the judges are being held accountable and that the system itself is being exposed. I've worked in spaces with our elders and our young people as community center director, as well as working with people with disabilities. So I have a full range of knowing what intentional systems of care look like. And I know that I reflect the commitment not only to do this work, but also to empower others and educate folk that we must be in the deep long-term fight and organizing for our people to take back what's rightfully ours. So I'm dedicated to fighting with each and every one of you so our Black families can thrive. Our voices are not only just valued, but they are in the spaces where they need to be and not ignored, and that we have the power that we deserve. And so I thank you all, and I continue to want to do this work with you and the struggle for it with you all together.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go Samantha.
Yes, and thank you so very much. And we do recognize that time is of the essence here, because I believe the elections in New York for what you're running for is on the 23rd. And one of the next steps in this process is the interview. So we are going to be trying to set something up early this week, early in the week. And so we will surely be getting back to you. I want to say thank you so much for your application. And so we appreciate that. Also, I just want to say that we also received an endorsement from Omar Hardy and also Candace Niles. Candace Niles is going to be participating in one of the the next forum, the next panel discussion that we're about to have, and she'll be discussing deed theft. And I just want to say, and this is not said as any kind of negative or whatever, I just wanted to explain why the other person seeking the endorsement was not able to be here. We just received the endorsement a little too late, like last night. So to be able to even get them a link and to take care of that. And that's not said in any kind of negative way at all. I just don't want it to look like we didn't want to have other people here who are seeking the endorsement. But thank you so much. We will be getting back to you very soon about having an interview with you, and we appreciate you, and we know that you all are doing some great work in Brooklyn around the issue of deed theft. Very, very important. And
It's from my hood, Lisa. We come from the same project.
Hello. Hello.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't mess with Farragut.
No.
Fort Green all day, no matter what nobody say. Don't just say
That's right. That's right. But we do know that you all are doing some great work. That we do know. And we will be getting back to you very soon about the endorsement.
Thank y'all so much. And
yes,
it was great listening in, and you guys are doing some phenomenal work. And I'm really excited to hear about the base building. So thank you so much.
And just one other thing, if we had the chance, because I mean, there was so much going on, if we'd had the chance to do the interviews before the electoral campaign school. I mean, we just didn't get the chance, and we would have said, announced whether, we endorsed it or not. And, so I just wanted to let you know that too. But we will definitely be getting back to you very soon. And now the next panel discussion is called Don't Agonize, Organize. And let me pull up. We're going to be having some of our comrades from the Joko Collective. And I'm sorry, forgive me, please, while I try to get myself organized.
I just want to say, go Samantha, while you getting your,
Yeah.
go Samantha, go, girl.
Brother Yusuf Dosek. I found his. I have all of these papers in front of me. But brother Yusuf Dosek was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and has been a lifelong Californian, spending his late teens and 20s in the San Francisco Bay Area, attending college at St. Mary's College of California in Moraga, California, and then transferring to San Francisco State University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Black Studies. He is a member of the Joko Collective, a grassroots community education project. Uhuru, brother Yusuf, you'll have 15 minutes for this presentation. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you.
Brother Chairman,
Uhuru,
are you saying
Chairman.
something?
Just hollering at Brother Yusuf.
Yeah, just some greetings. Greetings, Chairman. Greetings, everybody. Greetings, comrades. It's always good to be in the company of revolutionary comrades, and happy to participate in this and make a contribution. In this particular panel, don't agonize, organize. And every time I think about that, I always want to start with the agony, because the agony is real. People who were suffering the most are suffering even more, and everybody's experiencing some increased suffering, which was absolutely the plan. It's been a program of austerity for the last 40 plus years. And that austerity that was primarily being felt by the colonized communities in the United States, the colonized nations within the United States and abroad, is now being felt more generally in the population. And again, it was always the plan. In the most recent presidential election, we saw the blueprint of the plan, Project 2025. It's unsurprising that repression has increased under a Republican administration, a Republican regime, because they're always more open about their colonial repression, right? The Democrats want to rule in a neo-colonial fashion, and the Republicans in a more straightforward colonial fashion. But what it's done is it has made the contradictions that much starker for people, so that even groups of the population, like the so-called wine moms, are getting radicalized against capitalism, are getting radicalized against the two-party system. And so we are living through a really opportune moment where both of the political parties in the duopoly lack all credibility with the general population, really. The largest voting bloc in the last presidential election were the folks who didn't vote because of their disgust. And the votes that are the increased turnout in these special elections and now in the primaries is also because of the dissatisfaction with the two-party system, with the increased repression from the current regime, and with the lack of any kind of appropriate response from the opposition party, revealing itself to not be an opposition party, but a partnership with the Republicans. As unpopular I keep saying this, right? As unpopular as the current presidential regime is, and all of their policies, and the increased cost of living, suffering, etc., the Democratic Party is still less popular, or at least as unpopular. But they keep winning these elections, these special elections, and are doing well in the primaries because of those who are running as Democrats, but in a way are running away from the Democratic Party. Whether they're running as some kind of democratic socialist, some kind of progressive, however they're labeling themselves and wherever they are in their political evolution, it's clear that they cannot run as regular mainstream centrist Democrats if they want to get elected. And it's getting so bad that the journalist David Rothkopf, and he didn't write this, but in an interview he reported it, that there are reports that the Democratic Party, right, the Democratic National Committee, they're beginning to demand that their candidates pledge allegiance to capitalism and promise that they are not socialist. That's how desperate they are getting. How much compliance they're getting with that, I'm not sure, because those aren't the people who are winning for them. And it points out that this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to push the electoral system to its limit, and to put candidates and get behind candidates that are running on, at the very least, strongly reformist platforms, if not outright revolutionary platforms. And the moment is ripe for that. We can see an uptick in democratic movement outside electoral politics, calls for general strikes, efforts at doing these general strikes, calls for boycotts against the funders, right, the corporate funders of both parties. Because again, what we're seeing is not just a dissatisfaction with one party or the other, but with a growing rejection of both parties and the two-party system. And again, some people choosing to run as Democrats because they find it, what's the word I'm looking for? Practical, right? Practical to get that kind of name recognition or whatever. But even if they're running as Democrats, officially, they're running away from the party. So what are we doing to seize the time? To push more non-cooperation, organize for wider strikes, student strikes, work strikes, a more coordinated forms of boycott, and again, other forms of non-compliance. And how are we getting organized behind the kinds of candidates that are really running in our interest? And again, in a way that will expose the complicity of the Democratic Party with the Republican Party to keep power in the hands of a very few oligarchs and capitalists in this country. And with these elections coming up, and we're already seeing it here in California, where it takes a long time to count votes, right? This most populous state where there is a lot of mail-in voting, and these things get counted by hand. There have already been efforts to poison the well, as it were, with accusations of it's taking so long because they're cheating. And the Department of Justice has already sent operatives to various, ballot centers in California to watch the voting or to watch the vote count, something that's really unprecedented, but is part of the intimidation process. The California Attorney General is sending his monitors to monitor the federal monitors. Are we going to be organized to move if there are issues with and we should expect various types of issues with the November election? I think Comrade Chimaringa was talking about the SAVE Act, which is prepared to disenfranchise how many, but like 21 million. And that doesn't even speak to, so those are the people who don't have passports and or birth certificates. That doesn't speak to the number of married women who took their husband's last name and now also have to find a birth certificate to prove they have the right to vote. This is just, one area of the kind of intimidation and interference that we can expect. So how are we organizing to resist that and to respond to that? And then what if, and most of the mainstream political prognosticators are expecting the Democrats to take the House, whatever the character of the individual Democrats running, and possibly the Senate. Are those results going to be accepted? Will there be something else like another January 6th when in 2027 it's time to swear in those newly elected Democrats wherever they are on the range of Democratic candidates? Donald Trump has one thing in mind, right? Staying out of prison. The level of open corruption, it's certainly the first time something I've seen in my lifetime. The corruption isn't new, but the openness of it. I mean, the fact that they are able to steal the oil from Venezuela and put it in an offshore account that only Donald Trump controls, is not even going into the US Treasury, and they admit to acting like pirates. This is what I mean by just the level, the openness of the corruption, and the openness of the rejection of any kind of electoral democratic norms, right? That they're already preparing their base for. The Republican Party that fears its base, the base that supports Trump, and the Democratic Party that has absolute disdain and hatred for its base. How are we organized to go forward, whatever the results of that election? How are we organizing using the agony that is its own kind of political education for people to organize folks to press the demands that we want, the demands on that 19-point program, to defend our communities against increasing state violence and vigilante violence? How are we taking the time to talk to our neighbors, to organize within our communities and even with our family? Every event that we're participating in should be an opportunity for us to inform our neighbors, our family, our communities, educate, and organize. In the Joko Collective, we're cultural workers, teachers, poets. We work with another poet in another formation, the People's Mic, and we we want to make it a point at every event we have that they are intentionally political. We are there to raise consciousness, to inform and educate, and to bring people together, to get other artists together. We invite in community organizations so that they can share their literature, do their own recruiting. We choose spaces for our poetry events that are doing liberation work, right? So not just any old cafe. But is it a cafe that is in some way serving the people, right? Is it a bookstore that is serving the people, doing mutual aid, using the event space as an organizing opportunity? And that's what's before us. Every event should be an opportunity to inform, to educate, and to organize our community and our related communities and comrades. Thank you. I'm going to pass it over to Tasha.
Uhuru, my comrade Tasha, let me introduce you before you start talking. Tasha Thomas is a Los Angeles resident. She has been an education worker. She has been an education worker as a teacher of record and substitute teacher with Los Angeles Unified School District. She's a cultural worker as a performer and instructor of traditional dance of Guinea and Senegal and Hatha yoga, and a care worker in support of an aging parent in convalescence. She currently works as executive assistant to Black Alliance for Just Immigration. She is creator and co-founder of Joko Collective Learning Cooperative. Sister Tasha Thomas Uhuru, and she also her family gave her niece gave birth to triplets, identical triplets. Congratulations! Woo woo woo!
Thank you, sister. Thank you, Sister McKemba. And hearing that lets me know I really need to update that little intro.
Oh yes, I was thinking about that. If you could just adjust your camera a little bit so we can just better
I'm
see.
sorry.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
good.
I'm sorry. There we are. But thank you, Sister McKemba. And yes, just to pass on and share a second of that wonder, that natural wonder. Indeed, my niece, with whom she and her husband already have 4 small children. They were trying for a girl and they got triplets, 2 of which are identical twins. And it is remarkable upon remarkable, and a great, right? A great source of joy and wonder and awe. To anyone I tell, and certainly within the family. That being said, thank you so much for welcoming me to make some comments. I look forward that they're useful, and I want to pick up on one of the last assertions that Yusuf made. That every event is an opportunity to inform, educate, and organize, and to also restate the volatility of this environment, and the way it's driving examination, right? In this moment where the contradictions are so sharp we can cut ourselves on them, right? That's driving inquiry, and you can see it absolutely with content creators of all stripes online. People are getting sharper. They're seeking more information. They're getting more information. It's improving their content. And when I say improving, I mean bringing it to an anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist awareness. Folks are getting pushed to the left, and that, receptivity to left radical revolutionary analysis is marked and growing, as evidenced by folks' election choices that they're scurrying to suppress. And so my agony example, right? That which I want to talk about organizing about, right? So I can go right back to my triplet birth niece, right? And my family of cousins. one of whom, a young man, is proud to announce he's a military person who has spent time in the California Border Patrol, applied to play that role proudly, and recently applied to work in the Secret Service and all of these kinds of things, and also is an aspiring Pan-Africanist. And there's just a whole lot of confusion of ideas and drives and motives, right? As with my cousin. So I mean, we all have these dialogues and of various kinds. And I'm pointing out a dialogue that we will have with friends and family where they're aware of your political leaning, right? And then there is this place where discussion isn't really so much stymied by closed-mindedness, right? Or an unwillingness to engage, but just by the set of general facts that we have as a common reference being nil, right? The political education gap, right? The gap in the basic conceptual framework that prevents a flow of conversation, right? And then, of course, you're having conversations with folk with whom you're directly organizing. You're having conversations of all kinds, right? And at all times. So when you find yourselves in that situation and you're finding yourself asking, where do I even start, to try to build an awareness, my question is, what if that opportunity to engage was enhanced by the possibility of referring people to some free online platform that contained a cache of courses that would allow folks to self-select lessons, engage some practice and review, then self-assess, dialogue with others on the content, on the topics of interest, right? So you're having a discussion about, say, a recent discussion that we had about the emergency room waits, and the people in the emergency rooms are are immigrants, and they are taking, why should we be supporting them and whatnot? What if I could, have a little conversation and then refer my open-minded cousin to a little short learning journey where she could get some context and information and some insights into the problems, right? What hampers the American non-healthcare system, et cetera, right? As an example, right? So what if you had that at hand, right? So, as we're talking in the electoral school specifically about building civic engagement, right? The question and the issue of and as progressive and as powerful and potent as the electoral school and campaign school has been, how effective it has been over the years in reaching community, there's also a well-documented problem of civic illiteracy, right, among Americans. It is well known, and our community is certainly doesn't escape that. Against a backdrop of some general challenges with literacy in general, right? So part of building civic engagement has to also be about building civic literacy, has to be about providing some learning. How do we facilitate that? How do we accelerate that, expand that? Okay, if I'm being clear, right? If I'm making sense with the question I'm posing, right? So looking at this question of the possibilities, the opportunities, right, that could be opened by actually creating a digital online learning platform for to do just this kind of work, right? And there are popular apps available, right? There are current popular apps for Black history, other histories, where you can go and you can get a fact, right? What is blackpast.org, which folks are probably familiar with, is probably the biggest. It's international. It's authoritatively, presented. In other words, it's not just haphazard, any kind of idea and information. This is what, right? This is the state of the art thinking on a certain focus of Black history, and political struggles to some extent, right? Of course, what it doesn't do, well, let me take a step back. Yes, there are a handful, okay, a relative handful of apps for accessing facts, narratives, details of our histories, both continentally and in the US and in parts of the diaspora, right? There are also online self-paced education platforms, which takes things to a whole different kind of level, right? In that, what's missing from an app is the ability or the capacity to test your retention, to deeply engage, to have some sense of sequence, some sense of a logic or a theme, right? You're just kind of
Thomas,
arbitrarily.
your face is falling out of the frame.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank
Kind
you.
of arbitrarily, thank you. Kind of arbitrarily, well, let me pick up some Black facts, So what is the difference that's needed? What is a difference? Considering there are opportunities for online self-paced education, free sources. There are a lot of free sources, and free platforms in which folk can build out their educational plan, their own curriculum, right? What's the difference that's needed? Clearly, concentrated, unapologetic, radical analysis, mechanisms for practice and retention, right? And a forward-moving, a more outward-facing model beyond the passive kind of come to me app, right, or website, but something that can be deployed, right? Again, this is an idea. Okay, it's an idea, not fully researched, and nor is it a full prescription, but an idea, right, to be presented. What kind of difference could this make in accelerating kind of our community understanding, right, in deploying this kind of app, right? And so with this view, what I want to uplift is the spirit of Cuba's literacy brigade, right? And the literacy brigades of numerous revolutionary movements, of which Cuba is that which is right, the epitome, okay, that had the effect of, or is credited with being the basis of Cuba's ongoing high literacy rates, right? What was it? A concerted, volunteer-based, yes, state-sponsored, right, but volunteer-based campaign where folks were like, hey, we need to solve this. We need to go out into communities and get our people literate, get our people understanding the dynamics of the revolution. They can hold this in their hands, right? And so the question that I'm asking is, what could we do with digital resources to reproduce that work and that effect for the literacies that we need? Civics literacy, political literacy, right? Earlier, the statement was made, right? Got to engage the community way before the election, right? And I want to propose that, or suggest that, absolutely that, and that there is a deeper and wider disparity in civics understanding and political understanding that has to be still needs to be effectively and more effectively addressed. Okay, so as of course there is any number of highly credible radical and revolutionary content creators and presenters online. So the organized question is, how can those presenters be deliberately and visibly coordinated for community education, right? To produce curricula, right? And develop this kind of digital learning space that the community that community members can be referred to kind of accelerate the spread of this kind of information, right? To kind of fill in, thank you, fill in those kinds of gaps, right? For instance, or a question I would pose, right? What would you like to see and understand with more, understood with more clarity as you move about in your day-to-day encounters and conversations you have? What do you think folks need to better understand, right? And of course, there's a variety of answers to that question, right? Looking at us here in this session, we aren't all subject matter experts. What would you like to understand better for yourself with more clarity and context, right? Let's take today's presenters' content. What if you could pick up your phone, right? And then have this content loaded into an accessible platform, transformed into digestible short lessons, and then you can go back and follow up and get clarity and maybe participate in a discourse forum, what have you, right? And so that's kind of what I wanted to bring our questioning to, bring our minds to today. What is a next level in political education? How can we take advantage of this moment? What can we produce to really accelerate this moment of deep inquiry and what everybody is witnessing, this place where it's ripe to turn people's understanding and energies toward radical solutions, toward revolutionary solutions. And I think I'll stop it there. Thank you so much.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much, Sister Tasha Thomas. Our next presenter is Sister Candace Niles. And Candace, she is a first-time candidate for Congress in New York's 13th Congressional District, running to bring real leadership, compassion, and accountability back to the community. A 35-year-old criminal justice student and soon to be paralegal in a few days, Candace has spent nearly a decade working in healthcare, including 6 years helping seniors with medication adherence and access to care. So through that work, she saw firsthand how too many seniors are forced to navigate complicated systems while worrying about the cost of medicine, food, housing, and basic stability. Her decision to run for Congress is deeply personal. After her own home was threatened by deed theft, she turned to elected offices for help and was met with silence from too many places that should have responded. That experience opened her eyes to what many families, seniors, tenants, and homeowners in New York 13 face every day, being ignored when they need help the most. Candace is running because she believes public service should be about people, not politics. Her campaign is focused on protecting tenants and homeowners and fighting deed theft and housing fraud, supporting seniors, investing in youth, and making sure families in New York 13 have a real voice in Washington. Her message is simple, not politics, but people, real leadership, real results. New York 13 first. Uhuru.
Well, thank you for that, Ms. Lisa. I appreciate the introduction. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Candace Niles, and I appreciate you for having me on this platform. It's very important. So just to give everyone a little bit of a background, I became a victim of D theft 4 years ago, going into 5 the end of this year. And I went through every possible politician in this district that I could go to. I went to my council person. She actually responded, which was Miss Christian Richardson Jordan. And I was sad that she didn't continue on with her political journey, but here we are. I reached out to my assemblyman at the time, assemblywoman rather, which was Inez Dickens. She ignored me. I reached out to Senator Clear. She responded back. I reached out to Espaillat, all of but Miss Cordell Clear and Christian Richardson Jordan actually replied to me. Everybody else blew me off, the mayor included. So I'm thinking in my mind at that time, why do we keep continuously voting for the same people over and over and over again that are doing nothing for us? And as Black people, we have been voting primarily Democrat. At this point, the Democrats are failing us as much as the Republican Party is failing us. So when I started this process of running for Congress, I was initially going to run as a Democrat. But being in those spaces that I otherwise would not have been able to gain access to, when I started the process of running for office, I realized that the Democratic Party is just as broken and as toxic as the Republican Party. Case in point, I was trying to get a meeting with Keith Wright, who is Manhattan's county leader. And people on his team basically advised me that he was not going to have a sit down with me unless I had the right amount of campaign funds, which is crazy considering the fact this is a Black man. And not only is that, he's my neighbor. He lives a couple of blocks from me. Then when that wasn't going on and I was out trying to talk to people in NYCHA, for example, I got told, oh, pay no mind in them. They're not gonna vote anyway. The last straw that kind of broke the camel's back, I was being pushed out of spaces because either I wasn't the right color or I didn't have the proper campaign funds. So at that point, I decided to escape the Democrat Party. I am an independent, and I will probably be an independent going forward. I did have the pleasure of consulting with Mr. Barron about it, and it was great the feedback he gave me. He was actually one of the few people that when I told outside of my own family that didn't criticize me for running as an independent. Everybody else that I told said, you're never going to win as an independent. If you don't run as a Democrat, nobody's going to vote for you. Well, win or lose, and whether or not I get voted for or not, it's time to take a stand. We're tired. People need to know that they have other options besides the Democrat and Republican Party. And the only way to do that is to escape the Democrat and Republican Party and run as an independent. We know it can be done because we do have senators and Congress people that are independents. It's not a lot of them, but they exist. But we need our people to know that there are more than just the Democrats and more than just the Republican. And right now, more than the Democrats, honestly, because that's the party that's failing us, right? We look at our housing right now. We're under attack with just everything from our housing to our education system, our seniors. Everything is under attack. Our housing is under attack because if we're not being priced out, our properties are literally being stolen from us. Our education system is being destroyed because they're taking away everything they could possibly think of and dismantle it in any way that they can. One prime example is they don't even want critical race theory taught in school, which we know that that's coming more or less out of the Trump administration. But they don't want that to even be discussed when the mere fact and reality is race has to do with everything that's affecting us right about now. It's our properties that are getting stolen. Yeah, there are people in other communities that are getting their property stolen, but they're getting warnings from the FBI. None of us are getting warnings from the FBI that D theft is running rampant. We're finding it out either just by word of mouth or finding it out via social media. or just talking to your neighbor down the street. But there's no warnings for us. Our seniors are being attacked. I used to work for Health First, one of the biggest insurance companies in New York City. And I worked with the senior population with medication adherence. So basically calling them each month and checking in with them and making sure that they had their medications and that there was no barriers that might be preventing them from getting their medication. And all the time I would constantly hear from the seniors that they couldn't afford their medication. The co-pays are too high. The deductibles are too high. Some of them are having to choose between whether or not they're going to be able to afford their Eliquis or buy food or pay their rent. Why should you have to get to that point in time in your life and have to choose between your medication or your food or your medication and your rent? That shouldn't be that way. You should be able to have all the opportunities needed for you and all of the, everything afforded. So the seniors are being, unfortunately, wiped out. We are dealing with our youth. They are not getting the tools and the resources that they need. I look at our children. They're being neglected. The school system is neglecting them. And some of them are coming out of school and don't even have just the basic life skills. Where if you said to them hypothetically, oh, do you know how to fill out an envelope? Some of them can't even do that, which I mean, yeah, eventually we might not be relying on mail as much as we do. Might use emails, but they can't do something like that or even fill out a money order. Our children are being failed. And then the last thing I wanted to mention as well with the failure, going out and talking to the community. I've learned just how many people are politically disengaged right about now. If I'm not being told, oh, I'm not into politics, I'm being told, oh, well, I'm not voting. They literally have walked away from the voting process because they're not seeing the change, or either they're steadily voting for the same people and those people only show up when it's election time. And that's something that needs to be changed. It can't be you show up when it's election time. You need to be there the whole time that you're in office. At least checking in with your constituents once a month, whether that's via town hall, whether it's going around in the community and talking to people, but you need to be visible. These people are not visible. So why should we continuously vote for you and you're only visible when it's election time and then you're knocking on doors? Sometimes they're doing that, or they're sending people to do it for them, or then they're showing up for photo ops and little events in the neighborhood, but you're not seeing these people. That has to change. Another thing that has to change, and to Ms. Thomas's point and Mr. Yusuf's point, we need more civic engagement in the community. That's what's really lacking. Just recently, I had the opportunity to attend an event that was held by, I'm trying to think of her name. And she has this event she calls the strategy, and it was it's something Davis. I'm trying to remember her first name. And she's well known in the community. She is an AIDS activist. She's well known with Harlem. She also, the church she attends is on 116th and 7th. She has the health truck that comes out once a month, and they do mammograms and HIV testing, and they also do prostate testing for the community. And she actually has an event with 2 other people that she does about every 3 months that she calls the strategy. And she does the health portion of it. She has someone that comes in and does the civics portion and someone else that does the housing portion. And getting the opportunity to sit in the housing one and the civics one, you realize just how much people don't know what each branch of government does, what each politician in their community does. And we have to get back into that space, because if people have the ability to gain that knowledge, they can make better politically informed decisions. And that's kind of not what's happening right about now. And that's what Mr. Yusuf was mentioning. So many people sat out the last election because they're just tired now. This is why we're stuck with what we're stuck with. Hopefully, we can maybe make some progress with midterms, but we have so much work between now and the next presidential election to make sure we are putting candidates in these spots that are going to push the Black agenda, that's going to free the people. Because right now, we're being raked over the coals every which way you turn. Our voting rights are being gutted, education being gutted, housing being gutted, healthcare being gutted. We have to put people in these positions that's actually going to do the job, and it's not just going to go in there and collect a paycheck. Because a lot of this is people are just collecting paychecks, they're not doing the work, or they just want the fame and just be done, or the pension that comes along with it afterwards. We got to change that narrative. And it goes right back to the thing of, we need more radical people that's willing to go against the grain, and fight the system. That's why I basically am now politically homeless, if you will. And I'm going independent because I'm tired. Neither party is for us. And then now we have this new, well, it's not new per se, but DSA is basically now taken over. And I feel like a lot of the people on this call have seen them in one way, shape, or another. And these are people that are not from our communities, that's coming from where, I don't know. A lot of them are coming from Florida, they're coming from Texas, they're coming from Montana and all these other states. They're moving into our Black communities, and they don't understand the Black needs and the Black struggles. Probably because it's more or less, it's people that's back there behind the scenes that have their own political interests, and it's not the interest of the people in the community that they're pushing these people on us for.
2 more minutes.
Right? I'm sorry, Miss Lisa, what'd you say?
Oh, I said 2 more minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And they are pushing the people on us, right? Case in point, look at Mandami. Perfect point, right? He's now gained the reputation that he doesn't care about Black and brown people. Why? Look at his administration, right? It's not part of DSA's agenda. So of course he's not for Black and brown people. And then he's back there supporting candidates that are not really for the Black and brown people. They're transplants. We got to call it what it is. They're transplants. So the only way to get through this is we have to be a part of the system and dismantle it. That's the only way that we can do this and go forward.
Uhuru, and thank you so very, very much. We so appreciate your presentation, and we also are in receipt of your request for an endorsement, and we will be getting back to you very, very soon.
Thank you for that, Miss Lisa, and thank you for having me, everyone.
Oh, definitely. And thank you for your interest in the Black is Back Coalition. And now just to explain to everybody, the chairman's going to close out this panel discussion, and then we're going to have a brief Q&A, and then we're going to hear from Sister Makeda Baraka with some culture, and then announcements, and then the chairman's going to close us out. Uhuru, Brother Chairman.
Well, thank you, Comrade Sister Vice Chair. What I'd like to suggest is that we can go to the question and answer, and then we can move to Sister Makeda, and
okay.
And then what I'll do is in closing out my closing statement, I'll make some comments that might have significance for the panel that just preceded.
Uhuru, Brother Chairman, great. Do we have any questions? Any questions in the room? And if there are people standing up at the podium, I can't see them from my screen. So, anyone? Any
Lisa,
questions?
I have one question for Candace.
Okay, sure.
My question is that did she get the names of those individual elected officials?
Sister Candace, I think I think Sister Belinda's directing that toward you.
Yes, for which elected officials?
The ones that basically blatantly disregarded you and your meeting with them.
Yeah, so one of the ones, I can't say specifically who it was, but it was an organization. It was the Broadway Democrats. They invited me to a candidate forum. And when I reached out to ask why the link wasn't working, because the link they sent me was for New York 12. I'm New York 13. So I called to try to get assistance, never got a call back, never got an email back. And I happened to be scrolling on Instagram, and 3 of the candidates that are running that are Hispanic, they were actually at the event, but I was not there at the event. So while I try not to make, things about race, I try to look at it, from a bigger standpoint. It's hard not to do that when this is kind of what's going on. And as far as direct politicians, that when I started on my path with D theft and I reached out to and I got ignored, it was Mayor Adams, because he was mayor at the time. It was Inez Dickens. It was Keith Wright. It was the Manhattan Borough president at the time, which was Gail Brewer. Her office blew me off too. I went to HPD, Department of Buildings, because they're basically what started me on the path of D theft, with them writing frivolous fines and things that was basically their fault. And it opened the door for me, for my property to get stolen. I got to kind of call it what it is. But yeah, I have the names of everybody I went through that basically said to hell with me.
Oh, and let me just say, because you mentioned DSA, DSA is nothing but the Democratic Party.
Yes.
For them, that's
And
what they do. That's what they are.
Thank you. And that's exactly what I've been trying to explain to people when they're like, no, DSA is different. No, they're not. They are Democrats with another name, and they are doing the same dirty things that the Democrats are doing. They just have a different name to them.
And the whole thing is to basically, they claim they want to change or save the Democratic Party. So
No.
they don't, but they're anything be Democrat. That's the operative word right there.
Exactly.
I put in the chat that you're absolutely right, because they did the same thing to me. And then I heard Brother Tremarengo earlier in his presentation how they actually manipulated the presidential election by doing things to make sure that no other presidential candidate was able to get on the ballot. So these things are, this is firsthand knowledge with me. I sit on the Democratic committee on the local level and on the state level, and I saw this with my own eyes blatantly, how these people operate, and what, it was just wicked. I want to expose it. I'm going to continue to expose it, because it's time for people, to open up their eyes and realize that this is a trap. So I'm hoping that the chairman say more about that in his closing remarks too, as well.
Yeah, sorry, Miss Lisa.
That's okay. I was just gonna ask, do we have any comments in the room? And Sister Candace, you can complete your thought.
Okay, no, you're absolutely right, because this is what's constantly going on. Case in point, right? The congressional election. Daralisa Chevelar, I'm guessing that's how you pronounce her name. She's running for this district. She is a diehard, DSAer, or so she says she is. And y'all may or may not have seen, just as of I think a week or so ago, Mandami endorsed her, Claire Valdez, and somebody else on the DSA sleeve. She literally challenged everybody that was running. She challenged all of their signatures with the exception of Espaillat, and try to get everybody knocked off the ballot. Now, had I been one that was staying with the Democrats and continued to run on the Democrat ticket, she probably would have came after me too. But how can you say you're different from the Democrats, but you're going out of your way to knock everybody off the ballot? Shouldn't it just be let the best man or best woman win? If you're strong in your conviction that you're going to win, why are you doing that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Also, the same thing is kind of going on with the assembly in this district. Jordan Wright, Keith Wright's son, is running, and Conrad Blackburn, who is also a DSAer. He's from Florida, but of course it's a black man that looks just like us. And they are using him as well. And I was just asked about maybe 3 weeks ago by someone in our coalition if it's true that Jordan Wright, the house he's living in, is stolen, and that, the person is a victim of deed theft. And I said, let's be realistic here. As well known as Keith Wright and Jordan Wright is in Harlem, if they stole somebody's property, do you realize how fast that would have spread like wildfire through Harlem? And when I asked, where did this statement come from? And I said, did this come from Conrad Blackburn's team? Yeah. So I said, I wouldn't go around repeating that unless I have concrete proof and evidence that he stole a property.
I see that we have a question from Brother Youssef. If there's no more comments in the room, then we'll, Brother Youssef. Coming?
Sister Makeda has been standing there at the mic here.
Okay. Well, may I suggest this? Because Brother Youssef, then you go, because Sister Makeda, you coming up anyway to give us, go on and ask the question. I'm sorry, then Brother Youssef.
Okay, this was just kind of actually kind of, in response to Brother Youssef and Sister Tasha, Sister Tasha brought up some stuff that really I think is a very important thing for us to work out. And these are the types of things that actually inform my writing. The problems and stuff I wake up with on my mind in the morning. So I'm really glad that I'm here today to even witness that, to have witnessed that workshop, because, it brought up a different way. And I was sitting back there thinking, I sat forward, but I was sitting back there thinking, dang, I wish I had thought of that. How to get out this information in mass. And essentially what I want to say is I just want to avail myself to that process with you all, if it's at all possible, because again, just being a culture worker and posing these questions in the form of, this kind of dialogue through my culture work, but not having a real concrete solution, that presents a problem for me. That 2-1-in thing is real for me now. So I just want to avail myself to that process and be able to stay in touch. And for you all to know that, I really want to work on that. I really want to work on that. Because again, that's the stuff that wakes me up at night. That's the stuff that makes me write. It is. Uhuru.
Uhuru. We love hearing when people say they want to work with anyone within the Black is Back Coalition, so we can surely make sure that happens. Brother Youssef?
Yeah, I have a question. Hearing these things about how DSA is moving in New York, it makes me wonder about the what is it, the Working Families Party, and do they move in the same kinds of ways that you're describing DSA? That's it. That's the question. What about the Working Families Party?
Anybody have any?
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. To me, they're two sides of the same coin. And this is why election campaign schools, if that's what you want to call them, are absolutely necessary. And I want to really commend Tasha for talking about the foot soldiers who went into all over Cuba to deal with literacy. What the Black is Back Coalition is, your foot soldiers trying to bring political, and I hate the word political, but down to earth radical literacy as to how colonialism works. And I know it takes me forever to understand dual and contending powers. I've written, every time the chairman speaks, I write down some notes. I can't find the language, and it's very frustrating. It's the way I felt when I went to first grade and I was learning how to read. And this is what our people are facing. They can't understand it. They know something is wrong. And so Sister Tasha's right and the chairman is right to have these spaces where people can talk and listen to each other and we can repeat it in a different way. And I'll stop with this because I know I talk too much. But when I became a teacher, I was dragged into it by the community. And then Ralph dragged me into it. And he said, you got to teach the same thing over and over. But each time you got to say it a different way until you find a way that a person can learn from you. And so that's how I see this school. But Chairman, what's scaring me is every time I go in the street, I see more and more people who've been driven insane. I feel a rat is chasing us and we don't have much time. And I know some people say, let's organize, organize, organize. I say we better hurry up and organize because our people are crashing. They're having mental breakdowns. And I like the idea of a people's army going in to teach, even if it's one-on-one. And you've seen Candace and you've seen Samantha. I mean, you could eat them with a spoon. These are honest, sincere comrades. And I just think that it is our duty to give them every weapon they need, cultural weapon, political weapons, and weapons we won't discuss here to be able to succeed. And I thank you for the campaign school.
Uhuru. And so with that, if we have no more questions coming from anyone in the room, we will hear from our wonderful, beautiful sister, Sister Makeda Baraka, who's going to gift us with the cultural presentation. I had the chance to first meet Sister Makeda in 2015 when the Black is Black Coalition had our first meeting, forum at a community room in St. Louis. And I just remember seeing you, and I think we talked for a little bit and just making a connection with you. Sister Makeda Baraka is a revolutionary visionary, artist, and entrepreneur. Known for being many things to many people, Makeda stands out as a devoted advocate for Africans globally. Her community efforts have included youth-centered educational initiatives during the height of the global pandemic and ongoing grassroots organizing around local empowerment projects. And most important, participation in the Uhuru freedom, in the Uhuru movement. Freedom for Makeda is both a passion and a destination, pursued with purpose in every facet of life, while influencing others to journey toward it as well. Uhuru, Sister Makeda. Woo!
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
It's not on.
Yes.
It is, okay.
Can she be heard from here as well? This is from the social media. That's social media.
Right. I just want to say, I'm very honored to have been invited, first off, to the BIB Electoral Campaign School. And the information that I've gathered on this day has been very informative as to how to move towards some of the things I envision in my own head. So I just wanted to present this piece that was requested. It's entitled, It Will Come. You can't hide in your job, or hide in your church, or hide in your practice of being polite, or even hide in your own optimism. Because you cannot hide from what is coming. For all the same, it will come. You can scroll past the news from Venezuela, from Haiti, from the Congo, from Brazil, from Gaza, from Ghana, and here. I said here, I mean right here, like this ain't directly making my phone bill late. But that is simply the illusion that this imperial machine depends on. Delay is not escape, it's seasoning. And that thing we run from still will come. These contradictions cannot be voted away, or tweeted away, or saged away, or manifested away. We keep trying to escape through the very same exit that the jailer drew on the wall, like some cartoon tongue. Look at the pattern. Check out the shape. Look at the loop. Stare directly into the lie. Every time we try to use the master's tools to exit the master's dreams, we become a sharper tool for the master's hand. We get better at serving the system instead of breaking it. And so the cycle deepens. The slavery modernizes and hope becomes a service fee. This enemy is insidious. This enemy is practiced. This enemy has perfected the art of taking your fear and turning it against you so that you become the thing that preserves their power. But the fear will collapse when the pressure becomes undeniable, when the consequences become unavoidable, when the pain of obedience surpasses the price of resistance. It is happening already, organically, globally, in slow waves of enough, stacking on top of enough like bricks of inevitability. They have no intention of ever letting us be free. So the only thing left to lose is the terror of touching them back. What good is the life of a slave to the slave who will not fight back? Breathing in a world that refuses you space isn't life. It's a prolonged drowning masquerading as survival. So yes, you will be touched. Either touched by the hand of rising liberation or touched by the expanded violence of colonialism. But there is no neutral ground in the aftermath of empire. All who are inside the burning mansion will eventually feel the fire. And so, we will not pretend anymore that voting is a cape or that prayer is a passcode. We are beyond the tidy tricks. We are beyond the luxury of polite begging. We are in the zone where the guard must be changed, and history has already proven that power concedes nothing. Nothing from polite appeals, nothing from well-worded petitions, nothing from ballot selfies, nothing from mystic escapism. Nothing from the shimmering mirage of moderation. No, power is only convinced by force, of number, of strike, of stoppage, of solidarity, of coordinated refusal, of pressure that cannot be reabsorbed or bribed or subsidized or anesthetized. The pressure will build into the dam cracks and then breaks and then floods. The wave will roll because it has no other destiny. Revolution is not an idea being constructed. It is a tectonic plate shifting under our denial. It is not waiting on us. We are being carried into it. Revolution is not a promise, it is a consequence. And with the certainty of death at life's end, revolution will not ask permission, but it will come. Oh.
Ahoro, ahoro, ahoro.
Ahoro. Yeah, our sister Makeda, she's very talented. I know she's also a musician and all these great things. So thank you so very much, Sister Makeda, for joining us. It's so great to see you. Brother, announcements, Sister Ikenge, do we have any announcements? Any announcements? I know we want people to to be in Atlanta, to go to handsoffofhuru.org to sign up and let people know whether you're able to attend or not. And that's happening in July, correct, Chairman?
That is correct. On July 22nd, we'll be in Atlanta for oral arguments on the appeals that we have presented for the conviction of on the conspiracy charge. And on July, and that's going to be in Atlanta. On July 21st, we'll be having an event that evening in Atlanta. And we're moving as many people as we can to get to Atlanta. As many people as possible to be there on the 21st. And then on the 22nd, we think we need to fill up the courts just like we did during the trial, just like we did during the sentencing hearing, etc. So because it's never been a criminal, it's never been about law, it's been about politics. And the people represent the strongest political response that we can make. If it were just law, if we responded just by law in the beginning, we would have gone to prison. And we would have paid the $500,000 fine that they had proposed for us. That was possible for us. But we won the case, and we won the case. There were hundreds of people, thousands in various iterations going into that trial and to the hearing, to the sentencing as well. So we want to replicate that in July in Atlanta. And we think it's a serious thing that we have been granted an oral argument. So we made the appeal, and they don't always offer oral arguments. And the fact that they allow for oral arguments where people, lawyers and we can go there and present the case, that was a good sign. And so it's all out to Atlanta. July 21st is going to be an event at a place called the JEM Center, JEM Center. July 22nd, which is Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, we will be at having the oral arguments. And that's going to be really important. We'll be first on the agenda. That's what we've learned now. We'll be first up. There'll be other cases. There'll be 3 appellate judges who will be hearing this case. And so ours will be first. We don't expect it to be long. We expect that the entire process in the court shouldn't last more than an hour. In fact, it may not last that long. So that's on July 22nd, where the oral arguments, and then following that, we'll have lunch and a public summation at Georgia State Law School that's been organized by forces who are close to us. And that's going to be in Atlanta. So that's one announcement I would make. On August 15th, I would let you know that there's also going to be a grand opening of Uhuru Bakery Cafe here in St. Louis. And August 15th is the date. It took us a year to get a permit from the city of St. Louis just to work on the place. I mean, and the thing is that it was a place that had been abandoned for a while. It had been for years. It had been used as a restaurant, and yet they took us through a serious kind of process. So it took a year to get permission to even begin working on the bakery cafe. So that's they told us that we had to get the permission of the neighborhood association. That was not even a legitimate neighborhood association. It had a name, but it was not even registered as a neighborhood association. But we had to go through that process. And so since they said we have to have a neighborhood association to give us permission, we kind of organized the neighborhood association that gave us permission. And so that's from Marcus Garvey to the Black Power Blueprint, the grand opening, Uhuru Bakery and Cafe, Saturday, August 15, 2026, from 1 to 5 p.m. That's 3719 West Florissant Avenue, and that's here in St. Louis. So, Uhuru.
And I see Sister Betty has her hand raised.
Yeah, I have two questions. The first question has to deal with the location of the trial. Were you allowed to pick that, or did the government pick that? How is it ended up in Atlanta? If this is a frivolous question, I'll withdraw it, but I was just curious.
It's not frivolous. The government made that determination. But some of the critical cases in the can you put that back up for me, by the way, the venue? Some of the critical cases in the civil rights movement were held in that same court, and many of them have been victorious. For example, when the government, when the Georgia state refused to seat Julian Bond after he won an election for the state senate, I think it was, certainly for state office. He was SNCC, and they prevented him from being seated because he was associated with SNCC's position against the Vietnam War. And his opposition to the war, they used that as the basis for denying him a seat. I know it's extraordinary. That's why we really have to be careful when we look at these terms, even when we talk about the law and what have you. But they would not seat him based on that. And so he actually ended up having to run again. He won again and what have you, and he was eventually seated. But in that court that we're talking about in Atlanta, Julian Bond won that appeal in that court. And there were other important civil rights cases, I think, that were heard there as well. But they picked that. That's something they chose.
Well, I just realized as you were talking that I didn't make that connection, but I think that's an incredible fortuitous connection. And secondly, Atlanta is off the chart on steroids with deed theft and the stealing of intergenerational wealth.
Deed theft, the stealing of intergenerational wealth, the Cop City on steroids in Atlanta.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
It's a war against the African community there. I mean, used to be viewed by Africans as a place where Africans wanted to get to because it appeared for a minute to be like a city that was Africans could really progress in Atlanta. Call it Hot Atlanta. That's what we characterize it as at one point. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee National Office was in Atlanta, but so were the offices of most of the civil rights movement in Atlanta for long periods of time. So
I just think it's a wonderful opportunity for the Black is Back Coalition to educate and talk about, this whole discussion of dual and contending powers, and how our history was not a real history. The civil rights movement for me was a false movement. I don't mean to be disregarding the martyrs. Please don't think I'm saying that. But there was a lot of stuff they were fighting for, which I wasn't fighting for. I wasn't fighting to integrate.
Well, the civil rights movement, well, I'm going to. Okay, I'm just going to say this and then go ahead and sort of get into the summation. But the civil rights movement was a point where our overall struggle had been put on the defensive. It was the defensive posture by our movement. You got to remember, preceding the civil rights movement, the most important movement was the movement that was led by Marcus Garvey. That movement was not talking about let's integrate, etc. It was Africa for Africans and home and abroad. That movement was the one that bought steamship lines, that initiated things like factories for African people, recording studios, businesses that were owned by African people, etc. It was an extraordinary, forward-looking, aggressive kind of movement. But Garvey, as you know, they attacked Garvey, jailed Garvey, and they sent in snitches and informants into his movement to help disrupted and what have you. And so it's at this juncture with the undermining of the Garvey movement, then the movement took on a defensive posture. And that's when you came the civil rights movement, say, it's not going to take us where we were trying to go with Garvey. So we're finding a way now to facilitate existence inside the colonial system itself. So it was a defensive posture. And many people had the same position that you're talking about now. Many people in STIC had the same position that you're talking about now, and within the civil rights movement itself. So I understand the position, what it is.
And that's why I've always worshiped Sister Fannie Lou, because she called them out and she said they were, traitors, etc.
Well, Fannie Lou Hamer, okay, let me.
Right, you better leave that alone
We're
because
starting another webinar.
Right, because I'm gonna have to talk about what they did to me, because I know I'm Fannie Lou down here in Louisiana. Okay,
Yes,
call them out,
yes.
tell them off, and everything else.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And last but not least, Mandami King, when he won, he disregarded Charles Barron. And to me, that said everything.
Yeah.
That said, this is just the new slavery.
Let me just say, first of all, brothers and sisters and comrades, I want to really extol all of the participants in this school. It is an extraordinarily important school. Anybody who's gone over the last couple of days know that there's no place you could have got this kind of information in such a concentrated form. This kind of high-level discussion is not to be found any place. Even in the university that you might go to, you will not hear this discussion with this character. And part of the reason for that is because the school that we do is not really just about elections. It's about the liberation of African people and how the electoral process can be used or might be used to facilitate that process. And it opened up the door not just to getting somebody elected, but how to even be able to punish people, forces who have been elected, who do bad things to our communities. So I think that's really important. And it also is a way, the question was raised during this discussion about the political education for masses of African people. Well, the fact is that the government does not want African people to participate, to vote or to participate in the electoral process. And that's been true from the very inception. That's one of the things this school, I hope we picked up on from the school, that the school was about liberation. The voting for us was a part of the struggle for liberation. It was never about just being able to vote, but to achieve freedom through that. We wanted to create a situation where just as opposed to simply white people just grabbing you up any given time they wanted to and doing horrible things to you, that we would have some space that we could use ostensibly for advancing our cause, for advancing our struggle to be free. And that's what it's about, to be free. And I think that you've heard discussions since the April 29th Supreme Court ruling that gutted the Voting Rights Act. But you've never heard a discussion in any forum other than this forum that showed how the 1965 Voting Rights Act was accompanied by the 1965 murder of Malcolm X. You heard no discussion by anybody in any other forum other than this one, that Malcolm X, 17 days before he was killed, Malcolm X, who was talking about a Black nationalist program, Malcolm X, who in 1964 made the incredible speech of the ballot or the bullet, the name of which has influenced the name of this school that we're having now. Nobody talks about what this murder did of Malcolm X is preventing that from being on a ballot, because Malcolm X was talking about the ballot. He said that his politics was Black nationalism. And Black nationalism means that Black people should control all the politics and politicians in our community. Black nationalism meant economically that we should control all of the business, et cetera, in our community. He talked about what it meant socially, et cetera. So he had a program, and that program was something that he's now talking about putting on the ballot. He went to Selma, Alabama. Selma, Alabama became known for the this person who also was SNCC. I don't like to own him, John Lewis. You know, talked about good trouble and all this kind of stuff. But John Lewis was in Selma, and I mentioned John Lewis because one of the pictures that many people remember, if they saw any of the videos that came out of Selma, the march against the Edmund Pettus Bridge, where the cops, and police trampled people, et cetera, on horseback, et cetera. Well, Malcolm X was there. And that was about what? Voting. That was the march was about voting. Malcolm X was there. So it killed Malcolm when he made that move. And the fact is that we talked about political education for masses of our people. If you have access like that to the vote, to the ballot, if you put this kind of politic on the ballot, if you can talk about reparations on the ballot, if you can talk about things like political Black community control of the school on the ballot, if you can talk about Black economic development, and this becomes something that's on the ballot on a regular basis, if Malcolm X could have had this on the ballot, then this is part of what confers political education on to the masses of African people. If King could have had the ability to talk about the Poor People's Campaign, the one that he was promising to initiate and where he was going to take people into Washington, D.C., he wasn't saying take people in Washington, D.C. to support the Democratic Party. He was there in defiance of all the political parties. He said, we'll shut it down unless they bring something to African and poor people in this country. King did that. That was 1968. They killed King just 3 years after they killed Malcolm X. We're talking about things like 1969. 67, of course, King went to Riverside Church in New York. And he made this incredible presentation on April 7th, April 4th, 1967, a year to the day of his murder, where he made this statement that he found it difficult to continue talking to our people about nonviolence. He said that people walk up to him and say, Dr. King, how can you call on us to be nonviolent as America is in Vietnam? And he was followed SNCC. He began to condemn the Vietnam War, and he had an extraordinary base of following around the world. And this was something that made him a problem and a threat. But he was one of the people who was talking about using the elections to be able to carry out a program for our freedom, for our liberation. It was not just to get the vote. All this stuff like our people, we died for the right to vote. No, we died, they murdered us as we were moving to try to be free. And I think that's really important to say. And when you talk about political education, civic education, you couldn't find better civic education than you found in the freedom schools in 1964 in Mississippi during the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. I'm saying that we have to assume responsibility ourselves. This is the dual power that we're talking about, dual and contending power. The Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party that was built right there in Mississippi when it was killing us for even thinking about voting. This is where you saw the dual and contending power being created. It's in this process. This is where we create the freedom schools. You think that, where do you think Head Start and what have you came from? That they discovered that they could do for Black children if you start up. Freedom School, Mississippi, is what gave its origin. This is the kind of political education. The political education was members of the Black Panther Party, or SNCC, if you will, going door to door, knocking on the doors, talking to people in the communities where we live. That's where the power is. That's where we have to go. It's not here in this computer screen that I'm looking at right now. We have to take back our communities. We have to go into our communities ourselves and do the organizing on the ground and bring people into processes of power. I mean, the most democratic thing that we've seen in terms of voting for African people, I believe happened in 1920 in right there in New York, right there at Madison Square Garden, where something like 50,000 people, 25,000 inside Madison Square Garden, too small to hold everybody, 25,000 people outside Madison Square Garden. That's where the red, black, and green comes from. The black people voted on that. Black people voted on who was the provisional president of Africa. That was Garvey that they said that about. So we came up with our own programs, and you should really look at the program that came out of the Garvey movement. Not just that, there was a whole program that you can Google this, by the way. And this was when we were struggling for our own freedom. This is the dual and contending power. And I think what is really important for us, when we talk about the 1965 Voting Rights Act, part of the basis for the Voting Rights Act, of course, they were responding to the struggles of Black people. Of course, they were also struggling with the fact that they were responding to the fact that they were struggling internationally with the Communist International, with Moscow, with the Soviet Union for who was going to define what the world was going to look like in this post-colonial situation. That was part of what they were doing. But the other thing that happened in 1965 is that the Democratic Party needed Black people to be able to vote. And be able to vote, especially in the South, because the base of the Democratic Party was being eroded by the struggles and pressure that Black people were putting on them. And so white people became more and more anti-Democratic Party based on the struggle that African people were raising. So they needed that Black vote. That's one of the reasons. And even when you look at what's happening today, part of what you talk about voter suppression, it's one political force that's suppressing the Black vote, because the Black vote has been for what? The Democratic Party. These are white people making their own struggles. These are colonizers making their own struggles, and African people are pawns in this process. The old saying in Africa that when the elephants fight, the grass gets trampled. And we are the grass in this struggle that's being waged by them. So they need us out. So the Republicans need to shut us up, get us out, because we are a part of the force for the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party needs to keep us from being what we need to be. That's why Tim Ring is talking about how they made sure that Biden got the election. They didn't even want some simple Walmart socialists like Bernie Sanders to get elected. This is the kind of politics that exists in this country. That's why we have to do it, build our own power. In every community, every crevice, every place is possible to get some power. We need to get it. We had a process here that we used to call studies on the stoop, where we go to the communities and provide political education right there in the community where the people are. We go to people's homes and see if we can win somebody to allow us to come to the home and bring their neighbors so that we can provide the political education there. This is the kind of stuff that we need to do. And I'm not discrediting or discounting the possibilities of getting something in the school or even getting something on social media, et cetera. But what I am saying that it's necessary for us to talk to each other, to knock on the door and say, sister so-and-so. Most of us don't even know the names of our neighbors. We don't have a relationship with our neighbors. And I'm telling you that you cannot sleep at night with a computer. The thing is that we have to have relationships with human beings, Black human beings, et cetera, as opposed to allowing this to be something that separates us. And so while we say social media militancy is wonderful, but it's not going to solve the problem for us. We're going to have to go and have contact with Black people, our own people here and around the world. In this meeting that we've just had, this is what we've talked about. It's not just significant for African people here. Sister Candace was talking about, like outsiders and people from, the only outsiders in our community is the colonizers, is the police and the colonizers. And the fact is that we live in a world, why do you think? You see Palestinians, you see Iranians, you see Mexicans, you see oppressed people having the same damn problem that we have, because all of us are operating and functioning in a system that was born through the oppression of Black people. And it's an international system that contains all the activities of peoples of the world. And so if we are smart, then we want to make sure that we have allies. These are our friends. These are our allies. These are people engaged in the same struggle. We embrace them. And if they're too dumb to understand what the issue is, then we educate them. and say, look, this is where the problem is, that they got us fighting each other while they're looting everything that we have as peoples, not just as Black people, but peoples, generally speaking, who are oppressed and colonized. Look at the only a handful of people in the world, on the planet Earth. There are only a handful of people on the planet Earth who have clean water. Only a majority of the people in the world do not have clean water, and some of them live in St. Louis. A majority of the people of the world do not have access to electricity. And look in Niger, where France sucks the blood out of Niger, and it lives off Niger because all of the French electricity, at least 60% of the power, comes from uranium that they steal from Niger. Niger is dark. It doesn't even have access to our own resources. And you know what other resource Nigeria doesn't have access to? You, your Black self, because they came and kidnapped us. So there's been a whole process of stealing our resources, stealing the resources. They steal the resources of indigenous people and then tell us the Indians, quote unquote, are our enemies. They steal half of Mexico. They stole half of Mexico, California, Texas, New Mexico, Utah, tell me, Oregon, what else? They stole half of Mexico and then tell us that the Mexicans are our enemy. And we got Black people who come up to us and say, them Mexicans stole my job. Nigga, ain't nobody stole your damn job. You know, if you had a job, nobody could steal it. Then the fact is that they stole half of Mexico. Even the Louisiana Purchase, where at least a third of the territory that they call the United States, including St. Louis, was stolen, and it included all these people who were indigenous people. These were indigenous people. They say France. When I was in school, I was taught this is so how. Look how smart the white people are. Look how smart Jefferson is. Got the Louisiana Purchase for just $15 million. What is Louisiana Purchase? Come on, tell me. It's St. Louis. What else? Come on, somebody help.
Louisiana, Sister Belinda, do you know what other states it includes?
Half of America. It's almost to the western coast.
Yes. And so, but you know what? When Jefferson, first of all, Jefferson bought Louisiana, but because they needed to extend slavery inside this country. But the other thing is, when they bought Louisiana, he bought the indigenous people. This is what we're talking about. It's a colonial economy. And all of them eat the flesh of Black people, of brown people, of the oppressed peoples around the world. And only a handful of people benefit from that. It ain't us. It ain't us. And they project into us their consciousness, their fear of the oppressed, their hatred of Iranians, their hatred of Afghans. What in the hell and then, of course, part of what they do also is they make it impossible for us to have any decent economy in our own communities. Remember when there used to be businesses here, Black people own these businesses right here in St. Louis. That was true all around the country. And that's a problem because at that time, even when you had Black people or Black nationalism, that was something that was committed to the Black community because those Black people who own those businesses had to rely on the Black community in order to feed them and feed their families. So that was a different kind of relationship. But when they pushed us out, when they pushed those businesses, shut those businesses down, then they would allow and brought in other folk in our community. That's why you hate them Arabs, as you call them, and et cetera, because they own the businesses in your community. And they treat you the same way the Arabs are treated by the oppressors in the Arab countries. You got Palestinians who treat us negatively often, but they treat us like the Israelis, the white people who stole Palestine treated them. That's why they're here. Now, we have to rectify these relationships and be able to take our own power. I just wanted to say that, and because that's where the political education is going to be brought to. And I think it's really important for us to come to this conclusion, that our problem is that somebody has absconded with our power. That somebody stolen our power and run away from it, from us with our power. And then convinced us that we are part of them. Even as they eat our flesh, they convinced us that we are part of them. That's the fundamental problem. So what is the objective of everything that we should be doing? Ultimately, the objective has to be to have our own power. It means to be a self-governing people. A self-governing people. And you come up with different kinds of tactics and strategies to make that happen, but that has to be the objective that we're fighting. That's my conviction anyway. That's what I'm convinced of anyway. And I think we have to create kinds of cadre who will go out and make that happen, who will do the work in these communities, who will organize young people in these communities, who will organize for old people in these communities, who will create things like Black Power Blueprint, who will go out and find the money and find the reparations to do a $260,000 basketball court for young Africans here, who will set up the farms that we've created right here in St. Louis so that we can become less reliant on Walmart and the big box stores that's been mentioned during this process, et cetera, who can do like Brother Gregory. He's got a mobile bookstore that he goes everywhere with, except we have to do that kind of thing ourselves. And that's the thing, that's where the power lies. And I've spoken a long time. The prisons, we have to take these prisons, we have to stop treating Black people who are locked up like criminals. The criminals lock them up. We have to stop treating the mothers whose children have been stolen from them by these entities. What do they call it? CPS, you know, like they are some kind of guilty persons, criminals. No, the criminals took the children. They've always taken our children. This ain't nothing new, but we have to take back the definitions of our reality and control those definitions ourselves. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And with that, this campaign school, just the school, because really the work is just beginning. The work is just beginning, but we want to thank each and every one of you, everybody who contributed, everybody who participated, and everybody who is doing the work. We have always been our own liberators. We will be free. It is up to us. Black is back. Woo, 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 woo.
Great job, Lisa. Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back.
Black is back. Damn it.
Yes, Black is back.
All right, Chairman, you're going to make us start all over again.
I'm sorry, Sister Belinda Parker Brown.
Oops, do I feel another webinar coming on? Uhuru, everybody.
Uhuru.
Love you all.
Yes, Uhuru.
Great
Black
job.
Power.
Thank you.
Operation Power.
Black Power. Black Power.
Black Power. Black is back.
Yes, Black is back.
All right, Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.